dominating twice 100 square miles of campus, parade ground, airport, and spaceport. A 90-story edifice of chromium and glass sparkled dazzlingly in the bright sunlight of a June morning. This monumental pile was Wentworth Hall, in which the Tellurian candidates for the lens of the Galactic Patrol live and move and have their being. One wing of its topmost floor seethed with tense activity, for that wing was the habitat of the lordly 5-year men. This was graduation day, and in a few minutes Class 5 was due to report in Room A. Room A, the private office of the Commandant himself, the dreadful lair into which an undergraduate was summoned, only to disappear from the hall and from the cadet corps, the portentous chamber into which each year the handful of graduates marched, and from which they emerged, each man in some subtle fashion changed. In their cubicles of steel, the graduates scanned each other narrowly, making sure that no wrinkle or speck of dust marred the black and silver perfection of the dress uniform of the patrol, that not even the tiniest spot of tarnish or dullness violated the glittering golden meteors upon their collars or the resplendently polished ray pistols and other equipment at their belts. The microscopic mutual inspection over, the kit boxes were snapped shut and racked, and the embryonic lensmen made their way out into the assembly hall. In the wardroom, Kim Kinnison, captain of the class by virtue of graduating at its head, and his 3 lieutenants, Clifford Maitland, Raoul Laforge, and Widell Holmberg, had inspected each other minutely and were now simply awaiting, in ever-increasing tension, the 0 minute. "Now, fellows, remember that drop," the young captain jerked out. "We're dropping the shaft free at higher velocity and in tighter formation than any class ever tried before. If anybody hashes the formation, our last show, and with the whole corps looking on." "Don't worry about the drop, Kim," advised Maitland. "All 3 platoons will take that like clockwork. What's got me all of a dither is what is really going to happen in Room A." "Uh-huh," exclaimed Laforge and Holmberg as one. "You can play that across the board for the whole class," Kinnison agreed. "Well, we'll soon know. It's time to get going." The 4 officers stepped out into the assembly hall, the class springing to attention at their approach. Kinnison, now all brisk captain, stared along the mathematically exact lines and snapped, "Report!" "Class 5 present in full, sir." The sergeant major touched a stud at his belt, and all vast Wentworth Hall fairly trembled under the impact of an all-pervading, lilting, throbbing melody as the world's finest military band crashed into "Our Patrol. Squads left, march!" Although no possible human voice could have been heard in that gale of soul-stirring sound, and although Kinnison's lips did not move, his command was carried to the very bones of those for whom it was intended, and to no one else, by the tight-beam ultra-communicators strapped upon their chests. Close formation, forward, march! In perfect alignment and cadence, the little column marched down the hall. In their path yawned the shaft, a vertical pit some 20 feet square extending from main floor to roof of the hall, more than 1,000 sheer feet of unobstructed air, cleared now of all traffic by flaring red lights. 5 left heels clicked sharply, simultaneously upon the lip of the stupendous abyss. 5 right legs swept out into emptiness. 5 right hands snapped to belts, and 5 bodies, rigidly erect, arrowed downward at such an appalling velocity that to unpracticed vision they simply vanished. 0.6 of a second later, precisely upon a beat of the stirring march, those 10 heels struck the main floor of Wentworth Hall, but not with a click. Dropping with a velocity of almost 2,000 feet per bodies came from full speed to an instantaneous, shockless, effortless halt at contact. The drop had been made under complete neutralization of inertia, free, in space parlance. Inertia restored, the march was resumed, or rather continued, in perfect time with the band. 5 left feet swung out, and as the right toes left the floor, the second rank, with only bare inches to spare, plunged down into the space its predecessor had occupied a moment before. Rank after rank landed and marched away with machine-like precision. The dread door of Room A opened automatically at the approach of the cadets and closed behind them. "Column right, march!" Kinnison commanded inaudibly, and the class obeyed in clockwork perfection. "Column left, march! Squads right, march! Company, halt! Salute!" In company front, in a huge, square room devoid of furniture, the class faced the ogre, Inspector General Fritz von Hohendorf, Commandant of Cadets. Martinet, tyrant, dictator. He was known throughout the system as the embodiment of soullessness, and insofar as he had ever been known to show emotion or feeling before any undergraduate, he seemed to glory in his repute of being the most pitilessly rigid disciplinarian that Earth had ever known. His thick white hair was roached fiercely upward into a stiff pompadour. His left eye was of glass, and his face bore dozens of tiny, thread-like scars, for not even the marvelous plastic surgery of that age could repair entirely the havoc wrought by the lethal rays of space combat. Also, his right leg and left arm, although practically normal to all outward seeming, were in reality largely products of science and art instead of nature. Kinnison faced then this reconstructed potentate, saluted crisply, and snapped, "Sir, Class 5 reports to the Commandant. Take your post, sir." The veteran saluted as punctiliously, and as he did so, a semicircular desk rose around him from the floor, a desk whose most striking feature was an intricate mechanism surrounding a splint-like form so shaped as to receive a man's left arm. "Number 1, Kim Kinnison," von Hohendorf barked. "Front and center, march! The oath, sir." "Before the omnipotent witness, I promise never to lower the standard of the Galactic Patrol," Kinnison said reverently, and, baring his left arm, thrust it into the hollow form. From a small container labeled "Number 1, Kimball Kinnison," the Commandant shook out what was apparently an ornament, a lenticular jewel fabricated of hundreds of tiny, dead white gems. Taking it up with a pair of insulated forceps, he touched it momentarily to the bronze skin of the arm before him, and at that fleeting contact a flash as of many-colored fire swept over the stones. Satisfied, he dropped the jewel into a recess provided for it in the mechanism, which at once burst into activity. The forearm was wrapped in thick insulation, molds and shields snapped into place, and there flared out an instantly suppressed flash of brilliance intolerable. Then the molds fell apart, the insulation was removed, there was revealed the lens. Clamped to Kinnison's brawny wrist by a massive bracelet of imperishable, almost unbreakable metal in which it was embedded, it shone in all its lambent splendor, no longer a whitely inert piece of jewelry, but a lenticular polychrome of writhing, almost fluid radiance which proclaimed to all observers in symbols of ever-changing flame that here was a Lensman of the Galactic Patrol. In similar fashion, each man of the class was invested with the symbol of his rank. Then the stern-faced Inspector General touched a button, and from the bare metal floor there arose deeply upholstered chairs, one for each graduate. "Fall out," he commanded, then smiled almost boyishly. The first intimation any of the class had ever had that the hard-boiled old tyrant could smile, and went on in a strangely altered voice, "Sit down, men, and smoke up. We have an hour in which to talk things over, and now I can tell you what it is all about. Each of you will find his favorite refreshment in the arm of his chair. No, there's no catch to it," he continued in answer to amazedly doubtful stares, and lighted a huge black cigar of Venus-grown tobacco as he spoke. "You are Lensman now, and henceforth each of you is accountable only to himself and to GHQ. Of course, you have yet to go through the formalities of commencement, but they don't count. Each of you really graduated when the lens was welded around his arm. We know your individual preferences, and each of you has his favorite weed, from Tillotson's Pittsburgh Stogies up to Snowden's Alsaconite cigarettes. Even though Alsacon is just about as far away from here as a planet can be and still lie within the galaxy. We also know that you are all immune to the lure of noxious drugs. If you were not, you would not be here today, so smoke up and speak up. Ask any questions you care to, and I will try to answer them. Nothing is barred now. This room is shielded against any spy ray or communicator beam operable upon any known frequency. There was a brief and rather uncomfortable silence. Then Kinnison suggested diffidently, "Might it not be best, sir, to tell us all about it from the ground up? I imagine that most of us are in too much of a daze to ask intelligent questions." "Perhaps. While some of you undoubtedly have your suspicions, I will begin by telling you what is behind what you have been put through during the last 5 years. Feel perfectly free to break in with questions at any time. You know that every year 1,000,000 18-year-old boys of Earth are chosen as cadets by competitive examinations. You know that during the first year, before any of them see Wentworth Hall, that number shrinks to less than 50,000. You know that by graduation day there are only approximately 100 left in the class. Now I am allowed to tell you that you graduates are those who have come with flying colors through the most brutally rigid, the most fiendishly thorough process of elimination that it has been possible to develop. Every man who can be made to reveal any sign of weakness is dropped. Most of these are dismissed from the patrol. There are many splendid men, however, who, for some reason not involving moral turpitude, are not quite what a lensman must be. These men make up our organization, from grease monkeys up to the highest commissioned officers below the rank of lensman. This explains what you already know, that the Galactic Patrol is the finest body of intelligent beings yet to serve under one banner. Of the 1,000,000 who started, you few are left, as must every being who has ever worn or who ever will wear the lens. Each of you has proven repeatedly, to the cold verge of death itself, that he is in every possible respect worthy to wear it. For instance, Kinnison here once had a highly adventurous interview with a lady of Aldebaran II and her friends. He did not know that we knew all about it, but we did. Kinnison's very ears burned scarlet, but the commandant went imperturbably on. So it was with Vuelker and the hypnotist of Carillon, with LaForge and the Bentlam eaters, with Flueling when the Ganymede, Venus Thionite smugglers tried to bribe him with 10 million in gold. "Good heavens, Commandant," broke in one outraged youth. "Didn't we do any real work at all?" "Plenty of it. But at the same time, each of you underwent enough testing to prove definitely that you could not be cracked. And none of you need be ashamed, for you have passed every test. Those who did not pass them were those who were dropped. Nor is it any disgrace to have been dismissed from the service before graduation into the patrol. The 1,000,000 who started with you were the pick of the planet, yet we knew in advance that of that selected millions, scarcely 1 in 10,000 would measure up in every essential. Therefore, it would be manifestly unfair to stigmatize the rest of them because they were not born with that extra something, that ultimate quality of fiber which does, and of stern necessity must, characterize the wearers of the lens. For that reason, not even the man himself knows why he was dismissed, and no one save those who wear the lens knows why they were selected, and a member of the patrol does not talk. It is necessary to consider the history and background of the patrol in order to bring out clearly the necessity for such care in the selection of its personnel. You are all familiar with it, but probably very few of you have thought of it in that connection. The patrol is, of course, an outgrowth of the old planetary police systems, and, until its development, law enforcement always lagged behind law violation. Thus, in the old days, following the invention of the automobile, state troopers could not cross state lines. Then, when the national police finally took charge, they could not follow the rocket-equipped criminals across national boundaries. Still later, when interplanetary flight became a commonplace, the planetary police were at the same old disadvantage. They had no authority off their own worlds, while the public enemies flitted unhampered from planet to planet. And finally, with the invention of the inertialess drive and the consequent traffic between the worlds of hundreds of thousands of solar systems, crime became so rampant, so utterly uncontrollable, that it threatened the very foundations of civilization. A man could perpetrate any crime imaginable without fear of consequences, for in an hour he could be thousands of light years away from the scene and safely beyond the reach of the law. And helping powerfully toward utter chaos were the new vices, which were spreading from world to world, among others the taking of new and horrible drugs. Thionite, for instance, occurring only upon Trenco, a drug as much deadlier than heroin as that compound is than coffee, and which even now commands such a fabulous price that a man can carry a fortune in one hollow boot heel. Thus our patrol came into being. At first it was a pitiful enough organization. It was handicapped from without by politics and politicians, and at the same time it was honeycombed from within by the usual small but utterly poisonous percentage of the unfit, grafters, corruptionists, bribe-takers, and out-and-out criminals. It was also hampered by the fact that there was then no emblem or credential which could not be counterfeited. No one could tell with certainty that the man in uniform was a patrolman and not a criminal in disguise. Slowly, the patrol perfected itself. One of its greatest advances came with the invention of the lens, which, being proof against counterfeiting or imitation, renders identification of all lensmen automatic. The patrol then set up its own military courts and executed the few of its members guilty of misconduct. Standards of entrance were raised ever higher, and when it had become evident that the patrol was, to a man, incorruptible, it was granted more and ever more authority. Now its power is practically absolute. Its armament and equipment are the ultimate. Its members can follow the lawbreaker wherever he may go. Furthermore, a lensman can commandeer any material or assistance wherever and whenever required, and the lens is so respected throughout the galaxy that any wearer of it may be called upon at any time to be judge, jury, and executioner. Wherever he goes, upon, in, or through any land, water, air, or space, anywhere within the confines of our island universe, his word is law. That, I think, explains what you have been forced to undergo. The only excuse for its severity is that it produces results. In the last 100 years, no wearer of the lens has disgraced it. Any questions? About the lens, for instance. We have all wondered about the lens, sir, of course, Maitland ventured. The outlaws apparently keep up with us in science. Boskone himself is supposed to be a genius, and to have surrounded himself with a scientific staff second to none in the known universe. I have always supposed that what science can build, science can duplicate. Surely more than one lens has fallen into the hands of the outlaws. If it had been a scientific invention, it would have been duplicated long ago, the Commandant made surprising answer. It is, however, not essentially scientific in nature. It is almost entirely philosophical, and was developed for us by the Arisians. Yes, each of you was sent to Arisia quite recently, von Hohendorf went on, as the newly commissioned officers glanced at each other in dawning understanding. What did you think of them, Murphy? At first, sir, I thought that they were some new kind of dragon, but dragons with brains that you could actually feel. I was glad to get away, sir. They fairly gave me the creeps, even though I never did see one of them so much as move. They are a peculiar race, the Commandant went on, essentially antisocial, or rather supremely indifferent to all material things. For hundreds of thousands of generations they have devoted themselves to thinking, mainly, of the essence of life. They say that they know scarcely anything fundamental concerning it, but even so they know more about it than does any other known race. While ordinarily they will have no intercourse whatever with outsiders, they did consent to help the patrol for the good of all intelligence. Thus, each being about to graduate into the patrol is sent to Arisia, where a lens is built to match its individual life force. While no mind other than that of an Arisian can understand its operation, thinking of your lens as being synchronized with, or in exact resonance with, your own vital principle or ego will give you a rough idea of it. The lens is not really alive, as we understand the term. It is, however, endowed with a sort of pseudo-life, by virtue of which it gives off its strong, characteristically changing light, as long as it is in metal to flesh circuit with the living mentality for which it was designed. Also, by virtue of that pseudo-life, it acts as a telepath through which you may converse with other intelligences, even though they may possess no organs, either of sight or of hearing as we know those senses. It also has other highly important uses. The lens cannot be removed by anyone except its wearer without dismemberment. It glows as long as its rightful owner wears it, and it ceases to glow in the instant of its owner's death. Also, and here's the thing that renders impossible the impersonation of a lensman, not only does the lens not glow if worn by an impostor, but if a patrolman be dismembered and his lens removed, that lens kills in a space of minutes any living being who attempts to wear it. Its pseudo-life interferes so strongly with any life to which it is not attuned that that life force cannot exist in this plane. Shh! A brief silence fell, during which the young men absorbed the stunning import of what their commandant had been saying. More, there was striking into each young consciousness a realization of the stark heroism of the grand old Lensman before them, a man of such fiber that although physically incapacitated and long past the retirement age, he had conquered his human emotions sufficiently to accept deliberately his ogre's rule, because in that way he could best further the progress of his patrol. "I have scarcely broken the ground," von Hohendorf continued. "I have merely given you an introduction to your new status. During the next few weeks, before you are assigned to duty, other officers will make clear to you the many things about which you are still in the dark. Our time is growing short, but perhaps we have time for one more question." "Not a question, sir, but something more important," Kinnison spoke up. "I speak for the class when I say that we have misjudged you grievously, and we wish to apologize. I thank you sincerely for the thought, although it is unnecessary. You could not have thought otherwise of me than as you did. It is not a particularly pleasant task that we old men have, that of weeding out the unfit. But we are too old for active duty in space. We no longer have the instantaneous nervous responses that are, for that duty, imperative, so we do what we can. However, the work has its brighter side, since each year there are about 100 found worthy of the lens. This, my 1 hour with the graduates, more than makes up for the year that precedes it, and the other oldsters have somewhat similar compensations. In conclusion, you are now able to understand fully what kind of mentalities compose our patrol. You know that any creature wearing the lens is in every sense a lensman, whether he be human or, hailing from some strange and distant planet, a monstrosity of a shape you have as yet not even imagined. Whatever his form, you may rest assured that he has been tested even as you have been, that he is as worthy of trust as are you yourselves. My last word is this: Men of the Galactic Patrol die, but they do not fold up. Individuals come and go, but the patrol goes on. Then, again, "Oh, Martinet, Class 5, attention," he barked. "Report upon the stage of the main auditorium." The class, again a rigidly military unit, marched out of Room A and down the long corridor toward the great theater in which, before the massed cadet corps and a throng of civilians, they were to be formally graduated. As they marched along, the graduates realized in what way the wearers of the lens who emerged from Room A were different from the candidates who had entered it such a short time before. They had gone in as boys, nervous, apprehensive, and still somewhat unsure of themselves, in spite of their survival through the 5 long years of grueling tests which now lay behind them. They emerged from Room A as men knowing for the first time the real meaning of the physical and mental tortures they had undergone, men able to wield justly the vast powers whose scope and scale they could even now but dimly comprehend. 2. Barely a month after his graduation, even before he had entirely, Kinnison was summoned to Prime Base by no less a personage than Port Admiral Haynes himself. There, in the Admiral's private aero, whose flaring lights cleared a path as though by magic through the swarming traffic, the novice and the veteran flew slowly over the vast establishment of the base. Shops and factories, city-like barracks, landing fields stretching beyond the far horizon, flying craft ranging from tiny one-man helicopters through small and large scouts, patrol ships and cruisers up to the immense globular super-dreadnoughts of space. All these were observed and commented upon. Finally, the aero landed beside a long, comparatively low building, a structure heavily guarded inside the base, although it was, within which Kinnison saw a thing that fairly snatched away his breath. A spaceship it was, but what a ship! In bulk it was vastly larger even than the super-dreadnoughts of the patrol, but, unlike them, it was, in shape, a perfect teardrop, streamlined to the ultimate possible degree. "What do you think of her?" the Port Admiral asked. "Think of her!" The young officer gulped twice before he attained coherence. "I can't put it in words, sir, but someday, if I live long enough and develop enough force, I hope to command a ship like that." "Sooner than you think, Kinnison," Haynes told him flatly. "You are in command of her beginning tomorrow morning." "Huh? Me?" Kinnison exclaimed, but sobered quickly. "Oh, I see, sir. It takes 10 years of proved accomplishment to rate command of a already intimated that this ship is experimental. There is, then, something about her that is new and untried, and so dangerous that you do not want to risk an experienced commander in her. I am to give her a workout, and if I can bring her back in one piece, I turn her over to her real captain." "But that's all right with me, Admiral. Thanks a lot for picking me out. What a chance." "What a chance!" Kinnison's eye gleamed at the prospect of even a brief command of such a creation. "Right and wrong," the old Admiral made surprising answer. "It is true that she is new, untried, and dangerous, so much so that we are unwilling to give her to any of our present captains. No, she is not really new either. Rather, her basic idea is so old that it has been abandoned for centuries. She uses explosives of a type that cannot be tried out fully except in actual combat. Her primary weapon is what we have called the Q-gun. The propellant is heptadetonite. The shell carries a charge of 20 metric tons of duodecaplylatomate." "But, sir," Kinnison began. "Just a minute. I'll go into that later. While your premises were correct, your conclusion is not. You graduated number 1, and in every respect save experience you are as well qualified to command as is any captain of the fleet, and since the Britannia is such a radical departure from any conventional type, battle experience is not a prerequisite. Therefore, if she holds together through one engagement, she is yours for good. In other words, to make up for the possibility of having yourself scattered all over space, you have a chance to win that 10 years rating you mentioned a minute ago, all in one trip. Fair enough. Fair. It's fine, wonderful, and thanks a... Never mind the thanks until you get back. You were about to comment, I believe, upon the impossibility of using explosives against a free opponent. It can't be impossible, of course, since the Britannia has been built. I just don't quite see how it could have been made effective. You locked the pirate with tractors, screen to screen, decks about 10 kilometers. You blast a hole through his screens to his wall shield. The muzzle of the Q-gun mounts an annular multiplex projector which puts out a Q-type tube of force, Q47SM9 to be exact. As you can see from the type formula, this helix extends the gun barrel from ship to ship and confines the propellant gases behind the projectile where they belong. When the shell strikes the wall shield of the pirate and detonates, something will have to give way. The tube and tractors, being pure force and computed for this particular combination of explosions, will hold, and our physicists have calculated that the 10-kilometer column of inert propellant gases will offer so much inertia and resistance that any possible wall shield will have to go down. That is the point that cannot be tried out experimentally. It is quite within the bounds of possibility that the pirates may have been able to develop wall screens as powerful as our Q-type helices. It should not be necessary to point out to you that if they have been able to develop a wall shield that will stand up under detonating duo-decaplelatomate, the backblast through the breech of the Q-gun will blow the Britannia apart as though she were made of matchwood. That is only one of the chances, and perhaps not the greatest one, that you and your crew will have to take. They are all volunteers, by the way, and will get plenty of extra rating if they come through alive. Do you want the job? You don't have to ask me that, Chief. You know I want it. Of course, but I had to go through the formality of asking sometime. But to get on with the discussion, this pirate situation is entirely out of control, as you already know. We don't even know whether Boskone is a reality, a figurehead, a symbol, or simply a figment of somebody's imagination. But whoever or whatever Boskone really is, some being or some group of beings has perfected a mighty efficient organization of outlaws, so efficient that we haven't been able to locate their main base. Oh, you may as well know now a fact that is not yet public property, that even convoyed vessels are no longer safe. The pirates have developed ships of a new and extraordinary type, ships that are much faster than our heavy battleships, and yet vastly more heavily armed than our fast cruisers. Thus they can outfight any enforcement vessel that can catch them, and can outrun anything of ours armed heavily enough to stand up against their beams. That accounts for the recent heavy losses, Kinnison mused. Yes, Haynes went on grimly. Ship after ship of our best has been blasted out of the ether, doomed before it pointed a beam, and more will be. We cannot force an engagement on our terms. We must fight on theirs. That is the present intolerable situation. We must learn what the pirates' new power system is. Our scientists say that it may be anything from cosmic energy receptors and converters down to a controlled space warp, whatever that may be. Anyway, they haven't been able to duplicate it, so it is up to us to find out what it is. The Britannia is the tool our engineers have designed to get that information. She is the fastest thing in space, developing at full blast an inert acceleration of 10 gravities. Figure out for yourself what velocity that means, free in open space. You have just said that we can't have everything in one ship, Kinnison said thoughtfully. What did they sacrifice to get that speed? All the conventional offensive armament, Haynes replied frankly. She has no long-range beams at all, and only enough short-range stuff to help drive the Q-helix through the enemy's screens. Practically her only offense is the Q-gun. But she has plenty of defensive screens, she has speed enough to catch anything afloat, and she has the Q-gun, which we hope will be enough. Now we'll go over the general plan of action. The engineers will go into all the technical details with you during a test flight that will last as long as you like. When you and your crew are thoroughly familiar with every phase of her operation, bring the engineers back here to base and go out on patrol. Somewhere in the galaxy you will find a pirate vessel of the new type. You lock to him, as I said before. You attach the Q-gun well forward, being sure that the point of attachment is far enough away from the power rooms so that the essential mechanisms will not be destroyed. You board and storm, another revival of the technique of older times. Specialists in your crew, who will have done nothing much up to that time, will then find out what our scientists want to know. If at all possible, they will send it in instantly via tight beam communicator. If, because of distance or for any other reason, it should be impossible for them to communicate, the whole thing is again up to you. The port admiral paused, his eyes boring into those of the younger man, then went on impressively. That information must get back to base. If it does not, the Britannia is a failure. We will be right back where we started from. The slaughter of our men and the destruction of our ships will continue unchecked. As to how you are to do it, we cannot give you even general instructions. All I can say is that you have the most important assignment in the universe today, and repeat, that information must get back to base. Now come aboard and meet your crew and the engineers. Under the expert tutelage of the designers and builders of the Britannia, Vice Commander Kinnison drove her hither and thither through the trackless wastes of the galaxy. Inert and free, under every possible degree of power, he maneuvered her, attacking imaginary foes and actual meteorites with equal zeal. Maneuvered and attacked until he and his ship were one, until he reacted automatically to her slightest demand, until he and every man of his eager and highly trained crew knew to the final volt and to the ultimate ampere her gargantuan capacity both to give it and to take it. Then and only then did he return to base, unload the engineers, and set out upon the quest. Trail after trail he followed, but all were cold. Alarm after alarm he answered, but always he arrived too late, arrived to find gutted merchantmen and riddled enforcement vessel, with no life in either, and with nothing to indicate in which direction the marauders might have gone. Finally, however, QBT, calling QBT. The Britannia's code call blared from the sealed band speaker, and a string of numbers followed, the spatial coordinates of the luckless vessel's position. Chief Pilot Henry Henderson punched the figures upon his locator, and in the tank, the enormous, minutely cubed model of the galaxy, there appeared a redly brilliant point of light. Kinnison rocketed out of his narrow bunk, digging the sleep out of his eyes, and shot himself into his place beside the pilot. Right in our laps, he exulted. Scarcely 10 light-years away, start scrambling the ether. And as the vengeful cruiser darted toward the scene of depredation, all space became filled with blast after blast of static interference through which, it was hoped, the pirate could not summon the help he was so soon to need. But that howling static gave the pirate commander pause. Surely this was something new? Before him lay a richly laden freighter, its 2 convoying enforcement ships already practically horsed to combat. A few more minutes and the prize would be his. Nevertheless, he darted away, swept the ether with his detectors, saw the Britannia, and turned in headlong flight. For if this streamlined freighter was sufficiently convinced of its prowess to try to blanket the ether against him, that information was something that Boskone would value far above 1 shipload of material wealth. Draw! But the pirate craft was now upon the visiplats of the Britannia, and, entirely ignoring the crippled spaceships, Henderson flung his vessel after the other. Manipulating his incredibly complex controls purely by touch, the while staring into his plate not only with his eyes, but with every fiber of his being as well, he hurled his huge mount hither and thither in frantic leaps. After what seemed an age, he snapped down a toggle switch and relaxed long enough to grin at Kinnison. "Holding 'em," the young commander demanded. "Got 'em, skipper," the pilot replied positively. "It was touch and go for 90 seconds, but I've got a CRX tracer on him now at full pull. He can't put out enough jets to get away from that." "I can hold him forever. Fine work, Hen." Kinnison strapped himself into his seat and donned his headset. "General call. Attention, battle stations. Buy stations, report." Station 1, tractor beams, hot. Station 2, repellers, hot. Station 3, projector 1, hot. Thus station after station of the warship of the void reported, until Station 58, the Q-gun, hot. Kinnison himself reported, then gave to the pilot the words which throughout the spaceways of the galaxy had come to mean complete readiness to face any emergency. "Hot and tight, Hen. Let's take 'em." The pilot shoved his blast lever, already almost at maximum, clear out against its stop and hunched himself even more intently over his instruments. As moved his pointers, so varied the direction of the thrust that was driving the Britannia toward the enemy at the unimaginable velocity of 90 parsecs an hour, a velocity possible only to inertialess matter being urged through an almost perfect vacuum by a driving blast capable of lifting the stupendous normal tonnage of the immense sky rover against a gravity 10 times that of her native Earth. Unimaginable. Completely so. The ship of the Galactic Patrol was hurling herself through space at a pace in comparison with which any speed that the mind can grasp would be the merest crawl, a pace to make light itself seem stationary. Ordinary vision would have been useless, but the observers of that day used no antiquated optical system. Their detector beams, converted into light only at their plates, were heterodyned upon and were carried by subethereal ultrawaves, vibrations residing far below the level of the ether, and thus possessing a velocity and a range infinitely greater than those of any possible ether-borne wave. Although stars moved across the visiplates in flaming, zigzag lines of light, as pursued and pursuer passed system after solar system in fantastic light-years-long hops, yet Henderson kept his cruiser upon the pirate's tail and steadily cut down the distance between them. Soon a tractor beam licked out from the patrol ship, touched the fleeing marauder lightly, and the two spaceships flashed toward each other. Nor was the enemy unprepared for combat. One of the crack raiders of Boskone, master pirate of the known universe, she had never before found difficulty in conquering any vessel fleet enough to catch her. Therefore, her commander made no attempt to cut the beam, or rather, since the two inertialess vessels flashed together to repeller zone contact in such a minute fraction of a second that any human action within that time was impossible, it would be more correct to say that the pirate captain changed his tactics instantly from those of flight to those of combat. He thrust out tractor beams of his own, and from the already white-hot refractory throats of his projectors there raved out horribly potent beams of annihilation, beams of dreadful power which tore madly at the straining defensive screens of the patrol ship. Screens flared vividly, radiating all the colors of the spectrum. Space itself seemed a rainbow gone mad, for there were being exerted there forces of a magnitude to stagger the imagination, forces to be yielded only by the atomic might from which they sprang, forces whose neutralization set up visible strains in the very fabric of the ether itself. The young commander, seated at his conning plate, clenched his fists and swore a startled deep space oath as his eyes swept over the delicately accurate meters and gauges before him, for under the frightful impact of that instantaneously launched attack his outer screen was already down, and his second was beginning to crack. "We'll have to scrap the regulation battle plan," he barked into his microphone. "Open all motors to absolute top. Cut all resistance out of number 3 circuit. Dalhousie, cut all repellers, bring us right up to their zone. All you beamers, concentrate on Area K. Break down those screens." Kinnison was hunched rigidly over his panel. His voice came grittily through locked teeth. "Cut all your resistors if you have to. The motors and accumulators will hold long enough. There, that's better. Our third is up again and theirs is going down. Come on, boys, burn 'em down. Give 'em everything you can put through the bare bus bars. No matter what it takes, get through to that wall shield so that I can use this Q-gun." Little by little, under the stupendous force of the Britannia's attack, the defenses of the enemy began to fail, and Kinnison's hands flew over his controls. A port opened in the patrol ship's armored side, and an ugly snout protruded, the projector-ringed muzzle of a squat and monstrous cannon. From its projector bands there leaped out, with the velocity of light, a tube of quasi-solid force which was, in effect, a continuation of the rifle's grim barrel, a tube which crashed through the weakened third screen of the enemy with a space-racking shock and struck savagely with writhing, twisting thrusts at the second. Aided by the massed concentration of the Britannia's every battery of short-range beams, it went through and through the first. Now it struck the very wall shield of the Outlaw, that impregnable screen which, designed to bear the brunt of any possible inert collision, had never been pierced or ruptured by any material substance, however applied. To this inner defense the immaterial gun barrel clung. Simultaneously, the tractor beams, hitherto exerting only a few dynes of force, stiffened into unbreakable, inflexible rods of energy, binding the two ships of space into one rigid system, each, relative to the other, immovable. Then Kinnison's flying fingertip touched a button, and the Q-gun spoke. From its sullen throat there erupted a huge torpedo. Slowly, the giant projectile crept along, watched in awe and amazement by the officers of both vessels. For to those space-hardened veterans, the velocity of light was a veritable crawl, and here was a thing that would require 4 or 5 whole seconds to cover a mere 10 kilometers of distance. But although slow, this bomb might prove dangerous. Therefore the pirate commander threw his every resource into attempts to cut the tube of force, to blast away from the tractor beams, to explode the sluggish missile before it could reach his wall shields. In vain, for the Britannia's every beam was set to protect the torpedo and the mighty rods of energy, without whose grip the inertialess mass of the enemy vessel would offer no resistance whatever to the force of the proposed explosion. Slowly, so slowly, as the age-long seconds crawled into eternity, there extended from enforcement vessel almost to pirate wall a raging, white-hot pillar, the gases of combustion of the propellant heptadetonite, ahead of which there rushed the Q-gun's tremendous shell with its horribly destructive freight. What would happen? Could even the almost immeasurable force of that frightful charge of duodecaplylatomate break down a wall shield designed to withstand the cosmic assaults of meteoric missiles? And what would happen if that wall screen held? In spite of himself, Kinnison's mind insisted upon painting the ghastly picture, the awful explosion, the pirate's screen still intact, the raving gases driven backward along the tube of force. The bare metal of the Q-gun's breech, he knew, was not, and could not be reinforced by the infinitely stronger, although immaterial shields of pure energy which protected the hull, and no conceivable substance, however resistant, could impede, save momentarily, the unimaginable forces about to be unleashed. Nor would there be time to release the Q-tube after the explosion, but before the Britannia's own destruction, for if the enemy's shield stayed up for even a fraction of a second, the unthinkable pressure of the blast would propagate backward through the already densely compressed gases in the tube, would sweep away as though it were nothing, the immensely thick metallic barrier of the gun breech, and would wreak within the bowels of the patrol ship a destruction even more complete than that intended for the foe. Nor were his men in better case. Each knew that this was the climactic instant of his whole existence, that life itself hung poised upon the issue of the next split second. Hurry it up, snap into it. Will that crawling, creeping thing never strike? Some prayed briefly, some swore bitterly, but prayers and curses were alike unconscious and had precisely the same meaning. Each man, white of face and grim of jaw, clenched his hands and waited, tense and straining, for the impact. 3, 4. The missile struck, and in the instant of its striking, the coldly brilliant stars were blotted from sight in a vast globe of intolerable flame. The pirate's shield had failed, and under the cataclysmic force of that horrible detonation, the entire nose section of the enemy vessel had flashed into incandescent vapor and had added itself to the rapidly expanding cloud of fire. As it expanded, the cloud cooled. Its fierce glare subsided to a rosy glow, through which the stars again began to shine. It faded, cooled, darkened, revealing the crippled hulk of the pirate ship. She was still fighting, but ineffectually now that all her heavy forward batteries were gone. "Needlers, fire at will!" barked Kinnison, and even that feeble resistance was ended. Keen-eyed needle-ray men working at spy-ray visiplates bored hole after hole into the captive, seeking out and destroying the control panels of the remaining beams and screens. "Pull her up!" came the next order. The two ships of space flashed together, the yawning, blasted open fore-end of the once cigar-shaped raider solidly against the Britannia's armored side. A great port opened. "Now, Bus, it's all yours. Classification to 3 places. A point, AA. They're human, or approximately so. Board and storm." Back of that port there had been massed 100 fighting men, dressed in full panoply of space armor, armed with the deadliest weapons known to the science of the age, and powered by the gigantic accumulators of their ship. At their head was Sergeant Van Buskirk, 6.5 feet of Dutch Valerian dynamite, who had fallen out of Valeria's cadet corps only because of an innate inability to master the intricacies of higher mathematics. Now the attacker swept forward in a black and silver wave. 4 squatly massive semi-portable projectors crashed down upon their magnetic clamps, and in the fierce ardor of their beams the thick bulkhead before them ran the gamut of the spectrum and puffed outward. Some score of defenders were revealed, likewise clad in armor, and battle again was joined. Explosive and solid bullets detonated against and ricocheted from that highly efficient armor. The beams of Delameter hand projectors splashed in torrents of man-made lightning off its protective fields of force. But that skirmish was soon over. The semi-portables, whose vast energies no ordinary personal armor could withstand, were brought up and clamped down. And in their holocaust of vibratory destruction, all life vanished from the pirate's compartment. "One more bulkhead and we're in their control room," Van Buskirk cried. "Beam it down." But when the beams pressed their switches, nothing happened. The pirates had managed to jury-rig a screen generator, and with it had cut the power beams behind the invading forces. Also, they had cut loopholes in this bulkhead, through which, in frantic haste, they were trying to bring heavy projectors of their own into alignment. "Bring up the ferro paste," the sergeant commanded. "Get up as close to that wall as you can so they can't blast us." The paste, an ultra-modern development of thermite, was brought up, and the giant Dutchman himself troweled it on in furious swings, from floor up and around in a huge arc and back down to floor. He fired it, and simultaneously some of the enemy gunners managed to angle a projector sharply enough to reach the farther ranks of the enforcement men. Then mingled the flashing, scintillating, gassy glare of the thermite and the raving energy of the pirate's beam to make of that confined space a veritable inferno. But the paste had done its work, and as the semicircle of wall fell out, the soldiers of the Lens leaped through the hole in the still glowing wall to struggle hand to hand against the pirates, now making a desperate last stand. The semi-portables and other heavy ordnance powered from the Britannia's accumulators were, of course, useless. Pistols were ineffective against the pirate's armor of hard alloy. Hand rays were equally impotent against its defensive shields. Now heavy hand grenades began to rain down among the combatants, blowing enforcement men and no few pirates to bits. For the outlaw chiefs cared nothing that they killed some of their own men, if in so doing they could take a proportionately greater toll of the law. And worse, a crew of gunners was swiveling a mighty projector around upon its hastily improvised mount to cover that sector of the great compartment in which the policemen were most densely massed. But the minions of the law had one remaining weapon, carried expressly for this eventuality, and no mean weapon it proved to be. The space axe, a combination and sublimation of battle axe, mace, and bludgeon, a massively needle-pointed implement of potentialities limited only by the physical strength and bodily agility of its wielder. Now all the men of the Britannia's storming party were Valerians, and therefore were big, hard, fast, and agile, and of them all their sergeant leader was the biggest, hardest, fastest, and most agile. When the space-tempered apex of that 30-pound monstrosity, driven by the 400-odd pounds of rawhide and whalebone that was his body, struck pirate armor, that armor gave way. Nor did it matter whether or not that hellish beak of steel struck a vital part after crashing through the armor. Head or body, leg or arm, the net result was the same. A man does not fight effectively when he is breathing space in lieu of atmosphere. Van Buskirk perceived the danger to his men in the slowly turning ray projector, and for the first time called his chief. "Kim," he spoke in level tones into his microphone. "Blast that delta ray, will you? Or have they cut this beam so you can't hear me?" "Guess they have." "They've cut our communication," he informed his troopers then. "Keep them off me as much as you can, and I'll attend to that delta ray outfit myself." Aided by the massed interference of his men, he plunged toward the threatening mechanism, hewing to right and to left as he strode. Beside the temporary projector mount at last, he aimed a tremendous blow at the man at the delta ray controls, only to feel the axe flash instantaneously to its mark, and strike it with a gentle push, and to see his intended victim float effortlessly away from the blow. The pirate commander had played his last card. Van Buskirk floundered, not only weightless, but inertialess as well. But the huge Dutchman's mind, while not mathematical, was even faster than his lightning-like muscles, and not for nothing had he spent arduous weeks in inertialist tests of strength and skill. Hooking feet and legs around a convenient wheel, he seized the enemy operator and jammed his helmeted head down between the base of the mount and the long, heavy steel lever by means of which it was turned. Then, throwing every ounce of his wonderful body into the effort, he braced both feet against the projector's grim barrel and heaved. The helmet flew apart like an eggshell, Blood and brains gushed out in nauseous blobs. But the Delta Ray projector was so jammed that it would not soon again become a threat. Then Van Buskirk drew himself across the room toward the main control panel of the warship. Officer after officer he pushed aside, then reversed two double-throw switches, restoring gravity and inertia to the riddled cruiser. In the meantime, the tide of battle had continued in favor of enforcement. Few survivors though there were of the black and silver force, of the pirates there were still fewer, fighting now a desperate and hopeless defensive. But in this combat quarter was not, could not be thought of, and Sergeant Van Buskirk again waded into the fray. 4 times more his horribly effective hybrid weapon descended like the irresistible hammer of Thor, cleaving and crushing its way through steel and flesh and bone. Then, striding to the control board, he manipulated switches and dials, then again spoke evenly to Kinnison. "You can hear me now, can't you? All mopped up. Come and get the dope." The specialists, headed by Chief Technician Laverne Thorndyke, had been waiting strainingly for that word for minutes. Now they literally flew at their tasks in furious haste, but following rigidly and in perfect coordination a pre-arranged schedule. Every control and lead, every bus bar and immaterial beam of force was traced and checked. Instruments and machines were dismantled. Sealed mechanisms were ruthlessly torn apart by jacks or sliced open with cutting beams. And everywhere, everything and every movement was being photographed, charted, and diagrammed. "Getting the idea now, Kim," the chief technician said finally during a brief lull in his work. "A sweet system. Look at this," a mechanic interrupted. "Here's a machine that's all shot to pieces." The shielding cover had been torn from a monstrous fabrication of metal, apparently a motor or generator of an exceedingly complex type. The insulation of its coils and windings had fallen away in charred fragments. Its copper had melted down in sluggish, viscous streams. "That's what we've been looking for," Thorndyke declared. "Check those leads. Alpha 7394. And the minutely careful study went on until, "That's enough. We've got everything we need now. Have you draftsmen and photographers got everything down solid?" "On the boards and in the cans," rapped out the two reports as one. "Then let's go, and go fast," Kinnison ordered brusquely. "I'm afraid that we're going to run out of time as it is." All hands hurried back into the Britannia, paying no attention to the bodies littering the decks. So desperate was the emergency, each man knew that nothing could be done about the dead, whether friend or foe. Every resource of mechanism, of brain and of brawn, must needs be strained to the utmost, if they themselves were not soon to be in similar case. "Can you talk, Nels?" demanded Kinnison of his communications officer, even before the airlock had closed. "No, sir. They're blanketing us plenty," that worthy replied instantly. "Space is so full of static that you couldn't drive a power beam through it, let alone a communicator. Couldn't talk direct anyway. Look where we are." He pointed out in the tank their present location. We couldn't have got much farther away from Earth without jumping the galaxy entirely. Boskone got a warning, either from that ship back there or from the disturbance. They are undoubtedly concentrating on us now. One of them will spear us with a tractor, just as sure as hell's a man-trap. The fledgling commander rammed both hands into his pockets and thought in black intensity. He must get this data back to base. But how? How? Henderson was already driving the vessel back toward the solar system with every iota of her inconceivable top speed, but it was out of the question even to hope that she would ever get there. The life of the Britannia was now, he was coldly certain, to be measured in hours, and all too scant measure even of them. For there were hundreds of pirate vessels tearing through the void, forming a gigantic net to cut off her return to base. Fast though she was, one of that barricading horde would certainly manage to clamp a tracer ray upon her, and when that happened, her flight was done. Nor could she fight. She had conquered one first-class war vessel of the public enemy, it was true, but at what awful cost her captain knew only too well. The prodigious drain of power had almost emptied her accumulators. Also, and worse, the refractories of her main projectors were burned away practically to the shells. Without vastly heavier bracing fields than the Britannia carried, no substance, however stable, could stand up long under such hellish loads as they had had to handle. The Q-gun was as useless as a fountain pen without full-driven offensive beams. One fresh vessel, similar to the one they had just left, could very easily blast his crippled mount out of space. Nor would there be only one. Within a space of minutes after the attachment of a tracer ray, the enforcement vessel would be surrounded by the cream of Boskone's fighters. There was apparently only one way out offering any chance at all of success, and slowly, thoughtfully, and finally grimly, young Vice Commander Kinnison, now and briefly Captain Kinnison, decided to take it. "Everybody open your communicators and listen," he ordered. "We must get this information back to base, and we can't do it in the Britannia. The pirates are bound to catch us, and our chance in another fight is exactly 0. We'll have to abandon ship and take to the lifeboats, in the hope that at least one of us will be able to get through their lines. The technicians and specialists will take all the data they got, information, descriptions, diagrams, pictures, everything, boil it down and put it on a spool of tape. They will make 39 copies of it since there are just 40 of us left, and one spool will be given to each man. There will be 20 boats, 2 men to a boat. We will start launching them after we have gone as far toward base as it is safe to go in this ship. Once away, use very little detectable power, or, better yet, no power at all, until you are sure that the pirates have chased the Britannia a good many parsecs away from where you are. From then on, you'll be strictly on your own. Do it any way you can, but some way, any way, get your spool back to base. There's no use in me trying to impress you with the importance of this stuff. You know what it means as well as I do. Boatmates will be drawn by lot. The quartermaster will write all our names on slips of paper and draw them out of a helmet 2 at a time. The only exception to this is that if 2 navigators, such as Henderson and I, are drawn together, both names go back into the helmet. Get to work." Twice the name of Kinnison came out together with that of another skilled in astronautics and was replaced. The third time, however, it came out paired with Van Buskirk, to the manifest joy of the giant policeman, and to the approval of the crowd as well. "That was a break for me, Chief," the sergeant called over the cheers of his fellows. "I'm dead sure of getting back now." "Pretty strong talk, I'm afraid, but I don't know of anyone I'd rather have at my back than you," Kinnison replied with a boyish grin. The pairings were made. Delameters, spare batteries, and other equipment were checked and tested. The spools of tape were sealed in their corrosion-proof containers and distributed, and Kinnison sat talking with the chief technician. "So they've solved the problem of the really efficient reception and conversion of cosmic radiation." Kinnison whistled softly through his teeth. "And a sun, even a small one, radiates the energy given off by the annihilation of 1 to several million tons of matter per second. Some power! That's the story, Skip, and it explains completely why their ships have been so much superior to ours. They could have installed faster drives even than the Britannia's. They probably will, now that it has become necessary. Also, if the bus bars in that receptor converter had been a few square centimeters larger in cross-section, they could have held their wall shield even against our duodeck bomb. Then what? They had plenty of intake, but not quite enough distribution. They have atomic motors, the same as ours, just as big and just as efficient," Kinnison cogitated. "But those motors are all we have got. while they use them, and at full power too, simply as first-stage exciters for the cosmic energy screens. Blinding blue blazes, what power! Some of us have to get back, Vern. If we don't, Boskone's got the whole galaxy by the tail, and civilization is sunk without a trace. I'll say so, but also I'll say this for those of us who don't get back. It won't be for lack of trying. Well, I'd better go check up on my boat. If I don't see you again, Kim, old man, clear ether. They shook hands briefly, and Thorndyke strode away. En route, however, he paused beside the quartermaster and signaled to him to disconnect his communicator. "Clever lad, Allardyce," Thorndyke whispered with a grin. "Kinda loaded the dice a trifle once or twice, didn't you? I don't think anybody but me smelled a rat, though. Certainly neither the skipper nor Henderson did, or you'd have had it to do over again." "At least one team has got to get through," the quartermaster replied, quietly and obliquely, "and the strongest teams we can muster will find the going none too easy." Any team made up of strength and weakness is a weak team. Captain Kinnison, our only Lensman, is, of course, the best man aboard this buzz-buggy. Who would you pick for number 2? Van Buskirk, of course, the same as you did. I wasn't criticizing you, man. I was complimenting you and thanking you in a roundabout way for giving me Henderson. He's got plenty of what it takes, too. It wasn't Van Buskirk, of course, by any means, the quartermaster rejoined. It's mighty hard to figure either you or Henderson third, to say nothing of fourth, in any kind of company, however fast, mentally or physically. However, it seemed to me that you fitted in better with the pilot. I could hand-pick only 2 teams without getting caught at it. You spotted me as it was, but I think that I picked the 2 strongest teams possible. At least one of you will get through, for all the tea there is in China. If none of you 4 can make it, nobody could. Well, here's hoping, anyway. Thanks again. See you again sometime, maybe. Clear ether. Chief Pilot Henderson had, a few minutes since, changed the course of the cruiser from right-line flight to fantastic zigzag leaps through space, and now he turned frowningly to Kinnison. "We'd better begin dumping them out pretty soon now, I think," he suggested. "We haven't detected anything yet, but according to the figures it won't be long now, and after they get their traps set, we'll run out of time mighty quick." "Right." And then, one after another, but even so, several light-years apart in space, 18 of the small boats were launched into the void. In the control room there were left only Henderson and Thorndyke with Van Buskirk and Kinnison, who were to be the last to leave. "All right, Hen, now we'll try out your roulette wheel director by chance," Kinnison said, and went on in answer to Thorndyke's questioning glance. "A bouncing ball on an oscillating table. Every time the ball caroms off a pin, it shifts the course through a fairly large but entirely unpredictable angle. Pure chance. We thought it might cross them up a little. Hairline beams were connected from panels to pins, and soon 4 interested spectators looked on while, with no human guidance, the Britannia lurched and leaped even more erratically than she had done under Henderson's direction. Now, however, the ever-changing vectors of her course were as unexpected and surprising to her passengers as to any possible external observer. One more lifeboat left the enforcement vessel, and only the Lensman and his giant aide remained. While they were waiting the required few minutes before their own departure, Kinnison spoke. "Bus, there's one more thing we ought to do, and I've just figured out how to do it. We don't want this ship to fall into the pirates' hands intact, as there's a lot of stuff in her that would probably be as new to them as it was to us. They know that we got the best of that ship of theirs, but they don't know what we did or how we did it. On the other hand, we want her to drive on as long as possible after we leave her. The farther away from us she gets, the better our chance of making our getaway. We should have something that will touch off those dual-deck torpedoes we have left, all 7 of them at once, at the first touch of a spy beam, both to keep them from studying her and to do a little damage if possible." They'll go inert and pull her up close as soon as they get a tracer on her. Of course, we can't do it by stopping the spy ray altogether with a spy screen, but I think I can establish an R7TX7M field outside our regular screens that will interfere with a TX7 just enough, say 1/10 of 1%, to actuate a relay in the field supporting beam. 1/10 of 1% of 1 milliwatt is 1 microwatt, isn't it? Not much power, I'd say, but that's a little out of my line. You can do it, and do it before we run out of time, or you wouldn't have suggested it. Go ahead. I'll observe while you're busy. Thus it came about that, a few minutes later, the immense sky rover of the Galactic Patrol darted along untenanted. And it was her non-human helmsman, operating solely by chance, that prolonged the chase far more than even the most optimistic member of her crew could have hoped. For the pilots of the pirate pursuers were intelligent, and assumed that their quarry also was directed by intelligence. Therefore they aimed their vessels for points toward which the Britannia should logically go, only and maddeningly to watch her go somewhere else. Senselessly, she hurled herself directly toward enormous suns, once grazing one so nearly that the harrying pirates gasped at the foolhardiness of such exposure to lethal radiation. For no reason at all, she shot straight backward, almost into a cluster of pirate craft, only to dash off on another unexpected tangent before the startled outlaws could lay a beam against her. But finally she did it once too often. Flying between two vessels, she held her line the merest fraction of a second too long. Two tractors lashed out, and the three vessels flashed together, zone to zone to zone. Then, instantly, the two pirate ships became inert, to anchor in space their wildly fleeing prey. Then spy beams licked out to explore the Britannia's interior. At the touch of those beams, light and delicate as they were, the relay clicked and the torpedoes let go. Those frightful shells were so designed and so charged that one of them could demolish any inert structure known to man. What of 7? There was an explosion to stagger the imagination, and which must be left to the imagination, since no words in any language of the galaxy can describe it adequately. The Britannia, literally blown to bits, partially fused and even partially volatilized by the inconceivable fury of the outburst, was hurled in all directions in streamers, droplets, chunks, and masses, each component part urged away from the center of pressure by the ragingly compressed gases of detonation. Furthermore, each component was now, of course, inert and therefore capable of giving up its full measure of kinetic energy to any inert object with which it should come in contact. One massive wreckage, so fiercely sped that its victim had time neither to dodge nor become inertialess, crashed full against the side of the nearer attacker. Meteorite screens flared brilliantly violet and went down. The full-driven wall shield held, but so terrific was the concussion that what few of the crew were not killed outright would take no interest in current events for many hours to come. The other, slightly more distant attacker was more fortunate. Her commander had had time to render her inertialess, and as she rode lightly away, ahead of the outermost, most tenuous fringe of vapor, he reported succinctly to his headquarters all that had transpired. There was a brief interlude of silence. Then a speaker gave tongue. Helmuth, speaking for Boskone, snapped from it. "Your report is neither complete nor conclusive. Find, study, photograph, and bring into headquarters every fragment and particle pertaining to the wreckage, paying particular attention to all bodies or portions thereof." "Helmuth, speaking for Boskone," roared from the general wave unscrambler. "Commanders of all vessels of every class and tonnage, upon whatever mission bound, attention. The vessel referred to in our previous message has been destroyed, but it is feared that some or all of her personnel were allowed to escape. Every unit of that personnel must be killed before he has opportunity to communicate with any patrol base. Therefore cancel your present orders, whatever they may be, and proceed at maximum blast to the region previously designated. Scour that entire volume of space. Beam out of existence every vessel whose papers do not account unquestionably for every intelligent being aboard. Investigate every possible avenue of escape. More detailed orders will be given each of you upon your nearer approach to the neighborhood under search. 4. Space suited complete, except for helmets, and with those ready at hand, Kinnison and Van Buskirk sat in the tiny control room of their lifeboat as it drifted inert through interstellar space. Kinnison was poring over charts taken from the Britannia's pilot room. The sergeant gazed idly into a detector plate. "No clear ether yet, I don't suppose," the captain remarked as he rolled up a chart and tossed it aside. "No let up for a second. They're not taking any chances at all. Found out where we are. Alsakan ought to be here about somewhere, hadn't it? I've got our coordinate roughly. Alsakan would be fairly close for a ship, but it's out of the question for us. Nothing much inhabited around here either, apparently, to say nothing of being civilized. Scarcely one to the block. Don't think I've been out here before? Have you? Off my beat entirely. How long do you figure it'll be before it's safe for us to blast off? Can't start blasting until your plates are clear. Anything we can detect us as soon as we start putting out power. We may be in for a spell of waiting then." Van Buskirk broke off suddenly, and his tone changed to one of tense excitement. "Great blasts of fire! Look at that! Blinding blue blazes!" Kinnison exclaimed, staring into the plate. "With all macro, universal space, and all the time and eternity to play around in, the blind god of chance had to bring her back here and now." For there, right in their laps, not 100 miles away, lay the Britannia and her 2 pirate captors. "Better go free, hadn't we?" whispered Van Buskirk. "Daren't," grunted Kinnison. "At this range, they'd spot us in a split, able to dodge any flying chunks, I think. There she goes." From their coign of vantage, the 2 patrolmen saw their gallant ship's terrific end, saw the one pirate vessel suffer collision with the flying fragment, saw the other escape inertialess, saw her disappear. The inert pirate vessel had now almost exactly the same velocity as the lifeboat, both in speed and in direction, only very slowly were the large craft and the small approaching each other. Kinnison stood rigid, staring into his plate, his nervous hands grasping the switches whose closing, at the first sign of detection, would render them inertialess and would pour full blast into their driving projectors. But minute after minute passed and nothing happened. "Why don't they do something?" he burst out finally. "They know we're here. There isn't a detector made that could be badly enough out of order to miss us at this distance. Why? They can see us from there, with no detectors at all." "Asleep, unconscious, or dead," Van Buskirk diagnosed. "And they certainly are not asleep. And believe me, Kim, that ship was nudged. It's quite possible that she was hit hard enough to lay out most of her crew cold. Anyway, enough of them to put her out of control. And say, it's a practical certainty that she has a standard emergency inlet port. How about it, huh?" Kinnison's mind leaped eagerly at the daring suggestion of his subordinate, but he did not reply at once. Their first, their only duty concerned the safety of 2 spools of tape. But if the lifeboat lay there inert until the pirates regained control of their craft, detection and capture were certain. The same fate was as certain should they attempt flight with all nearby space so full of enemy flyers. Therefore, harebrained though it appeared at first glance, Van Buskirk's wild idea was actually the safest course. "All right, Bus, we'll try it. We'll take a chance on going free and using 1/10 of a dyne of drive for 100th of a second. Get into the lock with your magnets." The lifeboat flashed against the pirate's armored side, and the sergeant, by deftly manipulating his 2 small hand magnets, worked it rapidly along the steel plating toward the driving jets. There, in the conventional location, just forward of the main driving projectors, was indeed the emergency inlet port with its galactic standard controls. In a few minutes, the two warriors were inside, dashing toward the control room. There, Kinnison glanced at the board and heaved a sigh of relief. Fine. Same type as the one we studied. Same race, too, he went on, eyeing the motionless forms scattered about the floor. Seizing one of the bodies, he propped it against a panel, thus obscuring a multiple lens. That's the eye overlooking the control room, he explained unnecessarily. We can't cut their headquarters visibeams without creating suspicion, but we don't want them looking around in here until after we have done a little stage setting for them. But they'll get suspicious anyway when we go free, Van Buskirk protested. Sure, but we'll arrange for that later. First thing we've got to do is to make sure that all the crew, except possibly one or two in here, are really dead. Don't beam unless you have to. We want to make it look as though everybody got killed or fatally injured in the crash. A complete tour of the vessel with a grim and distasteful accompaniment was made. Not all of the pirates were dead or even disabled, but, unarmored as they were and taken completely by surprise, the survivors could offer but little resistance. A cargo port was opened and the Britannia's lifeboat was drawn inside. Then back to the control room where Kinnison picked up another body and strode to the main panels. This fellow, he announced, was hurt badly, but managed to get to the board. He threw in the free switch, like this, and then full blast drive, so... Then he pulled himself over to the steering globe and tried to lay the pointers back toward headquarters, but couldn't quite make it. He died with the course set right there. Not exactly toward the solar system, you notice. That would be too much of a coincidence, but close enough to help a lot. His bracelet got caught in the guard, like this. There is clear evidence as to exactly what happened. Now we'll get out of range of that eye, and let the body that's covering it float away naturally. Now what? Asked Van Buskirk after the two had hidden themselves. Nothing whatever until we have to, was the reply. Wish we could go on like this for a couple of weeks, but there's not a chance. Headquarters will get curious pretty quick as to why we're shoving off. Even as he spoke, a furious burst of noise erupted from the communicator, a noise which meant Vessel F47U596. Where are you going and why? Report. At that brusque command, one of the still forms struggled weakly to its knees and tried to frame words, but fell back dead. Perfect, Kinnison breathed into Van Buskirk's ear. Couldn't have been better. Now they'll probably take their time about rounding us up. Listen, here comes some more. The communicator was again sending. See if you can get a direction on their transmitter. If there are any survivors able to report, do so at once. Kinnison understood the dynamic cone to say. Then the voice moderating, as though the speaker had turned from his microphone to someone nearby, it went on, No one answers, sir. This, you know, is the ship that was lying closest to the new patrol ship when she exploded, so close that her navigator did not have time to go free before collision with the debris. The crew were apparently all killed or incapacitated by the shock. If any of the officers survive, have them brought in for trial, a more distant voice commanded savagely. Boskone has no use for bunglers except to serve as examples. Have the ship seized and returned here as soon as possible. Could you trace it, Bus? Kinnison demanded. Even one line on their headquarters would be mighty useful. No, it came in scrambled, couldn't separate it from the rest of the static out there. Now what? Now we eat and sleep. Particularly, and most emphatically, we sleep. Watches. No need, I'll be awakened in plenty of time if anything happens. My lens, you know. They ate ravenously and slept prodigiously, then ate and slept again. Rested and refreshed, they studied charts, but Van Buskirk's mind was very evidently not upon the maps before them. You understand that jargon, and it doesn't even sound like a language to me, he pondered. It's the lens, of course. Maybe it's something that shouldn't be talked about. No secret, not among us at least, Kinnison assured him. The lens receives as pure thought any pattern of force which represents or is in any way connected with thought. My brain receives this thought in English, since that is my native language. At the same time, my ears are practically out of circuit, so that I actually hear the English language instead of whatever noise is being made. I do not hear the foreign sounds at all. Therefore, I haven't the slightest idea what the pirates' language sounds like, since I have never heard any of it. Conversely, when I want to talk to someone who doesn't know any language I do, I simply think into the lens and direct its force at him. He thinks I'm talking to him in his own mother tongue. Thus, you are hearing me now in perfect Valerian Dutch, even though you know that I can speak only a dozen or so words of it, and those with a vile American accent. Also, you are hearing it in my voice, even though you know I am actually not saying a word, since you can see that my mouth is wide open and that neither my lips, tongue, nor vocal cords are moving. If you were a Frenchman, you would be hearing this in French, or if you were a Mannerkin and couldn't talk at all, you would be getting it as regular Mannerkin telepathy. Oh, I see, I think, the astounded Dutchman gulped. Then why couldn't you talk back to them through their phones? Because the lens, although a mighty fine and versatile thing, is not omnipotent, Kinnison replied dryly. It sends out only thought, and thought waves, lying below the level of the ether, cannot affect a microphone. The microphone, not being itself intelligent, cannot receive thought. Of course I can broadcast a thought. Everybody does, more or less. But even with the full amplification of the lens, the range is very limited. In lens-to-lens communication, we can cover real distances, but without a lens at the other end, I can cover only a few thousand kilometers. Of course, power increases with practice, and I'm not very good at it yet. You can receive a thought. Everybody broadcasts. Then you can read minds, Van Buskirk stated rather than asked. When I so will it, yes. That was what I was doing while we were mopping up. I demanded the galactic coordinates of their base from every one of them alive, but none of them knew them. I got a lot of pictures and descriptions of the buildings, layout, arrangements, and personnel of the base, but not a hint as to its location in space. The navigators were all dead, and not even the Arisians understand death. But that's getting pretty deeply into philosophy, and it's time to eat again. Let's go. Days passed uneventfully, but finally the communicator again began to talk. Two pirate ships were closing in upon the supposedly derelict cruiser, discussing with each other the exact point of convergence of the three courses. I was hoping that we'd be able to communicate with base before they caught up with us, Kinnison remarked. But I guess it's no dice. The ether's as full of interference as ever. They're a suspicious bunch, and they aren't going to let us get away with a single thing if they can help it. You've got that duplicate of their communications unscrambler built? Yes. That was it you just listened to. I built it out of our own stuff, and I've gone over the whole ship with a cleaner. As far as I can see, there isn't a trace, not even a fingerprint, to show that anybody except her own crew has ever been aboard. Good work. This course takes us right through a planetary system in a few minutes, and we'll have to unload there. Let's see. This chart marks planets 2 and 3 as inhabited, but with a red reference number, 27. That means practically unexplored and unknown. No patrol representation or connection, no commerce, state of civilization unknown, visited only once in the Third Galactic Survey. That was in the days of the semi-inert drive, when it took years to cross the galaxy. Not so good, apparently, but maybe all the better for us at that. Anyway, it's a forced landing, so get ready to shove off. They boarded their lifeboat, placed it in the cargo lock, opened the outer port upon its automatic block, and waited. At their awful galactic speed, the diameter of a solar system would be traversed in such a small fraction of a second that observation would be impossible, to say nothing of computation. They would have to act first and compute later. They flashed into the strange system. A planet loomed terrifyingly close, at their frightful velocity almost invisible even upon their ultra-vision plates. The lifeboat shot out, becoming inert as it passed the screen. The cargo ports swung shut. Luck had been with them. The planet was scarcely 1,000,000 miles away. While Van Buskirk drove toward it, Kinnison made hasty observations. Could have been better. But could have been a lot worse, he reported. This is Planet 4, uninhabited, which is very good. 3, though, is clear over across the sun, and 2 isn't any too close for a space-sun flight, better than 80,000,000 miles. Easy enough as far as distance goes. We've all made longer hops in our suits, but we'll be open to detection for at least 20 minutes. Can't be helped, though. Here we are. Going to land her free, huh? Van Buskirk whistled. What a chance! It'd be a bigger one to take the time to land her inert. Her power will hold, I hope. We'll inert her and match velocities with her when we come back. We'll have more time then. The lifeboat stopped instantaneously in a free landing upon the uninhabited, desolate, rocky soil of the strange world. Without a word, the two men leaped out, carrying fully packed knapsacks. A portable projector was then dragged out, and its fierce beam directed into the base of the hill beside which they had landed. A cavern was quickly made, and while its glassy walls were still smoking hot, the lifeboat was driven within it. With their delamiters, the two wayfarers then undercut the hill, so that a great slide of soil and rock obliterated every sign of the visit. Kinnison and Van Buskirk could find their vessel again, from their accurately taken bearings, but, they hoped, no one else could. Then, still without a word, the two adventurers flashed upward. The atmosphere of the planet, tenuous and cold though it was, nevertheless, so sorely impeded their progress that minutes of precious time were required for the driving projectors of their suits to force them through its thin layer. Eventually, however, they were in interplanetary space and were flying at quadruple the speed of light. Then Van Buskirk spoke. Landing the boat, hiding it, and this trip are the danger spots. Heard anything yet? No, and I don't believe we will. I think probably we've lost them ship, and that won't be for 10 minutes yet. We'll be landed by then. A world now loomed beneath them, a pleasant, earthly-appearing world of scattered clouds, green forests, rolling plains, wooded and snow-capped mountain ranges, and rolling oceans. Here and there were to be seen what looked like cities, but Kinnison gave them a wide berth, electing to land upon an open meadow in the shelter of a towering black and glassy cliff. "Ah, just in time, they're beginning to talk," Kinnison announced. "Unimportant stuff yet, opening the ship and so on. I'll relay the talk as nearly verbatim as possible when it gets interesting." He fell silent, then went on in a sing-song tone, as though he were reciting from memory, which, in effect, he was. "Captains of ships P4J263 and EQ769B47 calling Helmuth. We have stopped and have boarded the F47U569. Everything is in order and as deduced and reported by your observers. Everyone aboard is dead." They did not all die at the same time, but they all died from the effects of the collision. There is no trace of outside interference, and all the personnel are accounted for. Helmuth, speaking for Boskone, your report is inconclusive. Search the ship minutely for tracks, prints, scratches. Note any missing supplies or misplaced items of equipment. Study carefully all mechanisms, particularly converters and communicators, for signs of tampering or dismantling. "Whew," whistled Kinnison. "They'll find where you took that communicator apart, Bus, just as sure as hell's a man-trap." "No, they won't," declared Van Buskirk as positively. I did it with rubber-nosed pliers, and if I left a scratch or a scar or a print on it, I'll eat it, tubes and all." A pause. "We have studied everything most carefully, O Helmuth, and find no trace of tampering or visit." Helmuth again. "Your report is still inconclusive. Whoever did what has been done is probably a lensman, and certainly has brains. Give me the present recorded serial number of all port openings and the exact number of times you have opened each port." "Ouch!" groaned Kinnison. "If that means what I think it does, all hell's out for noon. Did you see any numbering recorders on those ports?" "I didn't. Of course neither of us thought of such a thing." "Shut up. Here comes some more stuff. Port opening recorder serial numbers are as follows. They don't mean a thing to us. We have opened the emergency inlet port once and the starboard lock twice. No other port at all." And here's Helmuth again. As I thought. The emergency port was opened once by outsiders and the starboard cargo port twice. The lensman came aboard, headed the ship toward Seoul, took his lifeboat aboard, listened to us, and departed at his leisure. And this in the very midst of our fleet, the entire personnel of which was supposed to be looking for him. How supposedly intelligent spacemen could be guilty of such utter and indefensive stupidity. He's telling 'em plenty, Bus, but there's no use repeating it. The tone can't be reproduced, and it's simply taking the hide right off their backs. Here's some more general broadcast. Ship F-47U-596 in its supposedly derelict condition flew from the point of destruction of the patrol ship on course longitude 351.27 degrees, latitude 5.23 degrees, distance 24,700 parsecs. Cancel all previous orders and investigate. No use repeating it. Bus, he's simply giving directions for scouring our whole line of flight. Fading out, they're going on, or back. This outfit, of course, is good for only the closest kind of close-up work. And we're out of the frying pan into the fire, huh? Oh no, we're a lot better off than we were. We're on a planet and not using any power that they can trace. Also, they've got to cover so much territory that they can't comb it very fine, and that gives the rest of the fellows a break. Furthermore, a crushing weight descended upon his back, and the two found themselves fighting for their lives. From the bare, supposedly safe rock face of the cliff there had emerged rope-tentacled monstrosities in a ravenously attacking swarm. In the raving blasts of delameters, hundreds of the gargoyle horde vanished in vivid flashes of radiance, but on they came by thousands and, it seemed, by millions, dashing madly toward them. Eventually, the batteries energizing the projectors became exhausted. Then flailing coil met shearing steel, fierce-driven parrot beaks clanged against space-tempered armor, bulbous heads pulped under hard-swung axes, but not for the fractional second necessary for inertialess flight could the two patrolmen win clear. Then Kinnison sent out his SOS, a lensman calling help, a lensman calling help. He broadcast with the full power of mind and lens. Immediately a high, girlish voice poured into his brain. "Coming, wearer of the lens, coming at speed to the cliff of the Catlats. Hold until I come. I arrive in 30. 30 what? What possible intelligible relative measure of that unknown and unknowable concept, time, can be conveyed by thought alone? Keep slugging, Bus!" Kinnison panted. "Help is on the way." "A local cop. Voice sounds like a woman. We'll be here in 30-somethings. Don't know whether it's 30 minutes or 30 days, but we'll still be here." "Maybe so, and maybe not," grunted the Dutchman. "Something's coming besides help. Look up and see if you see what I think I do." Kinnison did. Through the air from the top of the cliff there was hurtling downward toward them a veritable dragon, a nightmare's horror of hideously reptilian head, of leathern wings, of viciously fanged jaws, of frightfully taloned feet, of multiple knotty arms, of long, sinuous, heavily scaled serpent's body. In fleeting glimpses through the writhing tentacles of his opponents, Kinnison perceived, little by little, the full picture of that unbelievable monstrosity, and, accustomed as he was to the outlandish denizens of worlds even yet scarcely known to man, his very senses reeled at the sight. As the quasi-reptilian organism descended, the cliff dwellers went mad. Their attack upon the two patrolmen, already vicious, became insanely frantic. Abandoning the gigantic Dutchman entirely, every catblat within reach threw himself upon Kinnison, and so enwrapped the Lensman's head, arms, and torso that he could scarcely move a muscle. Then, entwining captors and helpless man, moved slowly toward the largest of the openings in the cliff's obsidian face. Upon that slowly moving melange, Van Buskirk hurled himself, deadly space axe swinging. But, hew and smite as he would, he could neither free his chief from the grisly horde enveloping him nor impede, measurably, that horde's progress toward its goal. However, he could and did cleave away the comparatively few cables confining Kinnison's legs. "Clamp a leg lock around my waist, Kim," he directed, the flashing thought in no whit interfering with his prodigious axe-play. "And as soon as I get a chance, before the real tussle comes, I'll couple us together with all the belt snaps I can reach. Wherever we're going together. Wonder why they haven't ganged up on me too, and what that lizard is doing. Been too busy to look, but thought he'd have been on my back before this. He won't be on your back. That's Wursel, the lad who answered my call. I told you his voice was funny. They can't talk or hear. Use telepathy like the Monarchans. He's cleaning them out in great shape. If you can hold me for 3 minutes, he'll have the lot of them whipped." "I can hold you for 3 minutes against all the vermin between here and Andromeda," Van Buskirk declared. "There, I've got 4 snaps on you." "Not too tough, Bus," Kinnison cautioned. "Leave enough slack so that you can cut me loose if you have to. Remember that the spools are more important than any one of us. Once inside that cliff, we'll all be washed up. Even Wursel can't help us there, so drop me rather than go in yourself." Grunted the Dutchman non-committally. "There, I've tossed my spool out onto the ground. Tell Wursel that if they get us, he is to pick it up and carry on. We'll go ahead with yours, inside the cliff if necessary." "I said cut me loose if you can't hold me," Kinnison snapped, "and I meant it. That's an official order. Remember it." "Official order be damned," snorted Van Buskirk, still plying his ponderous mace. "They won't get you into that hole without breaking me in two, and that will be a job of breaking in anybody's language. Now shut your pan," he concluded grimly. "We're here, and I'm going to be too busy even to think very shortly." Wow, truly. He had already selected his point of resistance, and as he reached it he thrust the head of his mace into the crack behind the open trap-door, jammed its shaft into the shoulder socket of his armor, set blocky legs and Herculean arms against the side of the cliff, arched his mighty back, and held. And the surprised catlats, now inside the gloomy fastness of their tunnel, thrust anchoring tentacles in the wall and pulled harder, ever harder. Under the terrific stress, Kinnison's heavy armor creaked as its airtight joints accommodated themselves to their new and unusual positions. That armor of space-tempered alloy would, of course, not give way. But what of its human anchor? Well, it was for Kimble Kinnison that day, and well for our present civilization, that the Britannia's quartermaster selected Peter Van Buskirk for the Lensman's mate, for death, inevitable and horrible, resided within that cliff, and no human frame of earthly upbringing, however armored, could have borne, for even a fraction of a second, the violence of the Catlats's pull. But Peter van Buskirk, although of earthly Dutch ancestry, had been born and reared upon the planet Valeria, and that massive planet's gravity, over 2.5 times Earth's, had given him a physique and a strength almost inconceivable to us, lifelong dwellers upon small green terra. His head, as has been said, towered 78 inches above the ground, but at that he appeared squatty because of his enormous spread of shoulder and his startling girth. His bones were elephantine. They had to be, to furnish adequate support and leverage for the incredible masses of muscle overlaying and surrounding them. But even Van Buskirk's Valerian strength was now being taxed to the uttermost. The anchoring chains hummed and snarled as the clamps bit into the rings. Muscles writhed and knotted, tendons stretched and threatened to snap, sweat rolled down his mighty back. His jaws locked in agony and his eyes started from their sockets with the effort, but still Van Buskirk held. "Cut me loose," commanded Kinnison at last. "Even you can't take much more of that. No use letting them break your back. Cut, I tell you. I said cut, you big dumb Valerian ape." But if Van Buskirk heard or felt the savagely voiced commands of his chief, he gave no heed. Straining to the very ultimate fiber of his being, exerting every iota of loyal mind and every atom of Brobdingnagian frame, grimly, tenaciously, stubbornly, the gigantic Dutchman held. Held while Ursula Valantia, that grotesquely hideous, that fantastically reptilian ally, plowed toward the two patrolmen through the horde of catlets, a veritable tornado of rending fang and shearing talon, of beating wing and crushing snout, of mailed hand and trenchant tail. Held while that demon incarnate drove closer and closer, hurling entire catlats and numberless dismembered fragments of catlats to the four winds as he came. Held while the raging tumult, whose center was Wurzel, swept over his rigid body like an ocean wave breaking over an immovable rock. Held until Wurzel's snake-like body, a supple and sentient cable of living steel, tipped with its double-edged, razor-keen, scimitar-like sting, slipped into the tunnel beside Kinnison and wrought grisly havoc among the catlats close packed there. As the terrific tension upon him was suddenly released, Van Buskirk's own efforts hurled him away from the cliff. He fell to the ground, his overstrained muscles twitching uncontrollably, and on top of him fell the fettered Lensman. Kinnison, his hands now free, unfastened the clamps linking his armor to that of Van Buskirk and whirled to confront the foe. But the fighting was over. The catlats had had enough of Ursula Valantia, and, shrieking in baffled rage, the last of them were disappearing into their caves. He turned back to Van Buskirk, who was getting shakily to his feet. "Thanks a lot, Wurzel. We were just about to run out of time," Van Buskirk began, only to be silenced by an insistent thought from the grotesque stranger. "Stop that radiating. Do not think at all if you cannot screen your minds," came the urgent mental commands. "These catlats are a very minor pest of this planet Delgon. There are others worse by far. Fortunately, your thoughts are upon a frequency never used here. If I had not been so very close to you, I would not have heard you at all. But should the overlords have a listener upon that band, your unshielded thinking may already have done irreparable harm. Follow me. I will slow my speed to yours, but hurry all possible." "You tell him, Chief," Van Buskirk said, and fell silent, his mind as nearly a perfect blank as his iron will could make it. "This is a screened thought through my lens," Kinnison took up the conversation. "You don't need to slow down on our account. We can develop any speed you wish. Lead on." The Valantian leaped into the air and flashed away in headlong flight. Much to his surprise, the two human beings kept up with him effortlessly upon their inertialess drives, and after a moment Kinnison directed another thought. "If time is an object, Wurzel, know that my companion and I can carry you anywhere you wish to go, at a speed hundreds of times greater than this that we are using," he vouchsafed. It developed that time was of the utmost possible importance, and the three closed in. Mighty wings folded back, hands and talons gripped armor chains, and the group, inertialess all, shot away at a pace that Wurzel of Valantia had never even imagined in his wildest dreams of speed. Their goal, a small, featureless tent of thin sheet metal, occupying a barren spot in a writhing, crawling expanse of lushly green jungle, was reached in a space of minutes. Once inside, Wurzel sealed the opening and turned to his armored guests. "We can now think freely in open converse. This wall is the carrier of a screen through which no thought can make its way. This world you call by a name I have interpreted as Delgon," Kinnison began slowly. "You are a native of Valantia, a planet now beyond the sun. Therefore, I assumed that you were taking us to your spaceship. Where is that ship?" "I have no ship," the Valantian replied composedly, "nor have I need of one. For the remainder of my life, which is now to be measured in a few of your hours, this tent is my only—" "No ship," Van Buskirk broke in. "I hope we won't have to stay on this god-forsaken planet forever. And I'm not very keen on going much farther in that lifeboat either." "We may not have to do either of those things," Kinnison reassured his sergeant. "Wurzel comes of a long-lived tribe, and the fact that he thinks his enemies are going to get him in a few hours doesn't make it true by any means. There are three of us to reckon with now. Also, when we need a spaceship, we'll get one, if we have to build it. Now, let's find out what this is all about. Wurzel, start at the beginning and don't skip a thing. Between us, we can surely find a way out for all of us." Then the Valantian told his story. There was much repetition, much roundabout thinking, as some of the concepts were so bizarre as to defy transmission. But finally the Earthman had a fairly complete picture of the situation within that strange solar system. The inhabitants of Delgon were bad, being characterized by a type and a depth of depravity impossible for a mind of Earth to visualize. Not only were the Delgonians enemies of the Valantians in the ordinary sense of the word, not only were they pirates and robbers, not only were they their masters, taking them both as slaves and as food cattle, but there was something more, something deeper and worse, something only partially transmissible from mind to mind, a horribly and repulsively Saturnalian type of mental and intellectual, as well as biological parasitism. This relationship had gone on for ages. Finally, however, a thought screen had been devised, behind which Valantia developed a high science of her own. The students of this science lived with but one purpose in life, to free Valantia from the tyranny of the overlords of Delgon. Each student, as he reached the zenith of his mental power, went to Delgon to study and, if possible, destroy the tyrants. And after disembarking upon the soil of that dread planet, no Valantian, whether student or scientist or private adventurer, had ever returned to Valantia. "But why don't you lay a complaint against them before the council?" demanded Van Buskirk. "They'd straighten things out in a hurry." "We have not heretofore known, save by the most unreliable and roundabout reports, that such an organization as your Galactic Patrol really exists," the Valantian replied obliquely. "Nevertheless, many years since, we launched a spaceship toward its nearest reputed base. However, since that trip requires 3 normal lifetimes, with deadly peril in every moment, it will be a miracle if the ship ever completes it. Furthermore, even if the ship should reach its destination, our complaint will probably not even be considered, because we have not a single shred of real evidence with which to support it. No living Valantian has ever seen a Delgonian, nor can anyone testify to the truth of anything I have told you. While we believe that that is the true condition of affairs, Our belief is based not upon evidence admissible in a court of law, but upon deductions from occasional thoughts radiated from this planet. Nor were these thoughts alike in tenor. How? Skip that for a minute. We'll take the picture as correct, Kinnison broke in. Nothing you have said so far shows any necessity for you to die in the next few hours. The only object in life for a trained Valantian is to liberate his planet from the horrors of subjection to Delgon. Many such have come here, but not one has found a workable idea. Not one has either returned to or even communicated with Valantia after starting work here. I am a Valantian. I am here. Soon I shall open that door and get in touch with the enemy. Since better men than I am have failed, I do not expect to succeed, nor shall I return to my native planet. As soon as I start to work, the Delgonians will command me to come to them. In spite of myself, I will obey that command, and very shortly thereafter I shall die. In what fashion I do not know. Tuck, snap out of it, Warsaw, barked Kinnison roughly. That's the rankest kind of defeatism, and you know it. Nobody ever got to the first check station on that kind of fuel. You're talking about something now about which you know nothing whatever. For the first time, Worsaal's thoughts showed passion. Your thoughts are idle, ignorant, vain. You know nothing whatever of the mental power of the Delgonians. Maybe not. I make no claim of being a mental giant, but I do know that mental power alone cannot overcome a definitely and positively opposed will. An Arisian could probably break my will, but I'll stake my life that no other mentality in the known universe can do it. You think so, Earthling? And a seething sphere of mental force encompassed the Tellurian's brain. Kinnison's senses reeled at the terrific impact, but he shook off the attack and smiled. Come again, Warsaw. That one jarred me to the heels, but it didn't quite ring the bell. You flatter me, the Valantian declared in surprise. I could scarcely touch your mind, could not penetrate even its outermost defenses, and I exerted all my force. But that fact gives me hope. My mind is, of course, inferior to theirs, but since I could not influence you at all, even in direct contact and at full power, you may be able to resist the minds of the Delgonians. Are you willing to hazard the stake you mentioned a moment ago? Or rather, I ask you, by the lens you wear, so to hazard it, with the liberty of an entire people dependent upon the outcome? Why not? The spools come first, of course, but without you, our spools would both be buried now inside the cliff of the Catlats. Fix it so that your people will find these spools and carry on with them in case we fail, and I'm your man. There. Now tell me what we're apt to be up against, and then let loose your dogs. That I cannot do. I know only that they will direct against you mental forces such as you never even imagined. I cannot forewarn you in any respect whatever as to what forms those forces may appear to assume. I know, however, that I shall succumb to the first bolt of force. Therefore bind me with these chains before I open the shield. Physically, I am extremely strong, as you know. Therefore, be sure to put on enough chains so that I cannot possibly break free, for if I can break away, I shall undoubtedly kill both of you. How come all these things here, ready to hand? Asked Van Buskirk, as the two patrolmen so loaded the passive Valantian with chains, manacles, handcuffs, leg irons, and straps that he could not move even his tail. It has been tried before many times, Worsal replied bleakly, but the rescuers, being Valantians, also succumbed to the force and took off the irons. Now I caution you with all the power of my mind, no matter what you see, no matter what I may command you or beg of you, no matter how urgently you yourself may wish to do so, do not liberate me under any circumstances unless and until things appear exactly as they do now, and that door is shut. Know fully and ponder well the fact that if you release me while that door is open, it will be because you have yielded to Delgonian force, and that not only will all three of us die lingeringly and horribly, but also, and worse, that our deaths will not have been of any benefit to civilization. Do you understand? Are you ready? I understand. I am ready, thought Kinnison and Van Buskirk as one. Open that door. Kinnison did so. For a few minutes nothing happened. Then three-dimensional pictures began to form before their eyes, pictures which they knew existed only in their own minds, yet which were composed of such solid substance that they obscured from vision everything else in the material world. At first hazy and indistinct, the scene, for it was in no sense now a picture, became clear and sharp, and, piling horror upon horror, sound was added to sight, and directly before their eyes, blotting out completely even the solid metal of the wall only a few feet distant from them, the two outlanders saw and heard something which can be represented only vaguely by imagining Dante's Inferno an actuality and raised to the nth power. In a dull and gloomy cavern there lay, sat, and stood hordes of things. These beings, the nobility of Delgon, had reptilian bodies somewhat similar to Wurzel's, but they had no wings and their heads were distinctly apish rather than crocodilian. Every greedy eye in a vast throng was fixed upon an enormous screen which, like that in a motion picture theater, walled off one end of the stupendous cavern. Slowly, shudderingly, Kinnison's mind began to take in what was happening upon that screen. And it was really happening. Kinnison was sure of that. This was not a picture any more than this whole scene was an illusion. It was all an actuality. Somewhere upon that screen there were stretched out victims. Hundreds of these were Valantians, more hundreds were winged Delgonians, and scores were creatures whose like Kinnison had never seen. And all these were being tortured to death, both in fashions known to the inquisitors of old, and ways of which even those experts had never an inkling. Some were being twisted outrageously in three-dimensional frames. Others were being stretched upon racks. Many were being pulled horribly apart, chains intermittently but relentlessly extending each helpless member. Still others were being lowered into pits of constantly increasing temperatures, or were being attacked by gradually increasing concentrations of some foully corrosive vapor which ate away their tissues, little by little. And apparently the pièce de résistance of the hellish exhibition, one luckless Valantian, in a spot of hard, cold light, was being pressed out flat against the screen, as an insect might be pressed between two panes of glass. Thinner and thinner he became under the influence of some awful, invisible force, in spite of every exertion of inhumanely powerful muscles driving body, tail, wings, arms, legs, and head in every frantic maneuver which grim and imminent death could call forth. Physically nauseated, brain-sick at the atrocious visions blasting his mind, and at the screaming of the damned assailing his ears, Kinnison strove to wrench his mind away, but was curbed savagely by Wurzel. "You must stay. You must pay attention," commanded the Valantian. "This is the first time any living being has seen so much. You must help me now. They have been attacking me from the first, but, braced by the powerful negatives in your mind, I have been able to resist and have transmitted a truthful picture so far. But they are surprised at my resistance and are concentrating more force. I am slipping fast. You must brace my mind. And when the picture changes, as change it must, and soon, do not believe it. Hold fast, brothers of the lens, for your own lives and for the people of Valantia. There is more, and worse." Kinnison stayed. So did Van Buskirk, fighting with all his stubborn Dutch mind. Revolted, outraged, nauseated as they were at the sights and sounds, they stayed. flinching with the victims as they were fed into the hoppers of slowly turning mills, wincing at the unbelievable acts of the boilers, the beaters, the scourgers, the flayers, suffering themselves every possible and many apparently impossible nightmares. The light in the cavern now changed to a strong, greenish-yellow glare, and in that hard illumination it was to be seen that each dying being was surrounded by a palely glowing aura. And now, crowning horror of that unutterably horrible orgy of sadism resublimed, from the eyes of each one of the monstrous audience there leaped out visible beams of force. These beams touched the aura of the dying prisoners, touched and clung, and as they clung, the aura shrank and disappeared. The overlords of Delgon were actually feeding upon the ebbing life forces of their tortured, dying victims. 6. Gradually, and so insidiously that the Valantians' dire warnings might as well never have been uttered, the scene changed. Or rather, the scene itself did not change, but the observer's perception of it slowly underwent such a radical transformation that it was in no sense the same scene it had been a few minutes before, and they felt almost abjectly apologetic as they realized how unjust their previous ideas had been. For the cavern was not a torture chamber, as they had supposed. It was, in reality, a hospital, and the beings they had thought victims of brutalities unspeakable were, in reality, patients undergoing treatments and operations for various ills. In proof whereof the patients, who should have been dead by this time were the early ideas well founded, were now being released from the screen-like operating theater. And not only was each one completely whole and sound in body, but he was also possessed of a mental clarity, power, and grasp undreamed of before his hospitalization and treatment by Delgon's supersurgeons. Also, the intruders had misunderstood completely the audience and its behavior. They were really medical students, and the beams which had seemed to be devouring rays were simply visibeams, by means of which each student could follow, in close-up detail, each step of the operation in which he was most interested. The patients themselves were living, vocal witnesses of the visitor's mistakenness, for each, as he made his way through the assemblage of students, was voicing his thanks for the marvelous results of his particular treatment or operation. Kinnison now became acutely aware that he himself was in need of immediate surgical attention. His body, which he had always regarded so highly, he now perceived to be sadly inefficient. His mind was in even worse shape than his physique, and both body and mind would be improved immeasurably if he could get to the Delgonian hospital before the surgeons departed. In fact, he felt an almost irresistible urge to rush away toward that hospital instantly, without the loss of a single precious second. And, since he had had no reason to doubt the evidence of his own senses, his conscious mind was not aroused to active opposition. However, in his subconscious, or his essence, or whatever you choose to call, that ultimate something of his that made him a Lensman, a dead, slow bell began to sound. "Release me and we'll all go before the surgeons leave the hospital," came an insistent thought from Wurzel. "But hurry, we haven't much time." Van Buskirk, completely under the influence of the frantic compulsion, leaped toward the Valantian, only to be checked bodily by Kinnison, who was foggily trying to isolate and identify one thing about the situation that did not ring quite true. "Just a minute, Bus. Shut that door first," he commanded. "Never mind the door." Worsel's thought came in a roaring crescendo. "Release me instantly. Hurry, or it will be too late for all of us." "All this terrific rush doesn't make any kind of sense at all," Kinnison declared, closing his mind resolutely to the clamor of the Valantian's thoughts. "I want to go just as badly as you do, Bus, or maybe more so, but I can't help feeling that there's something screwy somewhere. Anyway, remember the last thing Wursel said, and let's shut the door before we unsnap a single chain." Then something clicked in the Lensman's mind. Hypnotism through Wursel, he barked, opposition now aflame. so gradual that it never occurred to me to build up a resistance. Holy rackets, what a fool I've been. Fight 'em, Bus, fight 'em. Don't let 'em kid you anymore, and pay no attention to anything Wurzel sends at you. Whirling around, he leaped toward the open door of the tent. But as he leaped, his brain was invaded by such a concentration of force that he fell flat upon the floor, physically out of control. He must not shut the door. He must release the Valantian. They must go to the Delgonian cavern. Fully aware now, however, of the source of the waves of compulsion, he threw the sum total of his mental power into an intense negation and struggled inchwise toward the opening. Upon him now, in addition to the Delgonian's compulsion, beat at point-blank range the full power of Wurzel's mighty mind, demanding release and compliance. Also, and worse, he perceived that some powerful mentality was being exerted to make Van Buskirk kill him. One blow of the Valerian's ponderous mace would shatter helmet and skull, and all would be over. Once more the Delgonians would have triumphed. But the stubborn Dutchman, although at the very verge of surrender, was still fighting. He would take one step forward, bludgeon poised aloft, only to throw it convulsively backward. Again and again Van Buskirk repeated his futile performance, while the Lensman struggled nearer and nearer the door. Finally, he reached it and kicked it shut. Instantly the mental turmoil ceased, and the two white and shaking patrolmen released the limp, unconscious Valantian from his bonds. "Wonder what we can do to help him revive," gasped Kinnison. But his solicitude was unnecessary. The Valantian recovered consciousness as he spoke. "Thanks to your wonderful power of resistance, I am alive, unharmed, and know more of our foes and their methods than any other of my race has ever learned," Wurzel thought feelingly. "But it is of no value whatever unless I can send it back to Valantia. The thought screen is carried only by the metal of these walls, and if I make an opening in the wall to think through, however small, it will now mean death. Of course, the science of your patrol has not perfected an apparatus to drive through such a screen. No. Anyway, it seems to me that we'd better be worrying about something besides thought screens," Kinnison suggested. "Surely now that they know where we are, they'll be coming out here after us, and we haven't got much of any defense." "They don't know where we are or care," began the Valantian. "Why not?" broke in Van Buskirk. "Any spy ray capable of such scanning as you showed us. I never saw anything like it before. Would certainly be as easy to trace as an out-and-out gas blast." "I sent out no spy ray or anything of the kind," Wurzel thought carefully. "Since our science is so foreign to yours, I am not sure that I can explain satisfactorily, but I shall try to do so. First, as to what you saw. When that door is open, no barrier to thought exists. I merely broadcast a thought, placing myself en rapport with the Delgonian overlords in their retreat. This condition established, of course, I heard and saw exactly what they heard and saw, and so, equally of course, did you, since you were also en rapport with me. That is all." "That's all," echoed Van Buskirk. "What a system! You can do a thing like that without apparatus of any kind, and yet say, 'That's all.'" "It is results that count," Wurzel reminded him gently. "While it is true that we have done much, this is the first time in history that any Valantian has encountered the mind of a Delgonian overlord and lived. It is equally true that it was the willpower of you patrolmen that made it possible, not my mentality. Also, it remains true that we cannot leave this room and live." "Why won't we need weapons?" asked Kinnison, returning to his previous line of thought. "Thought screens are the only defense we will require," Wurzel stated, positively, "for they use no weapons except their minds. By mental power alone they make us come to them, and, once there, their slaves do the rest. Of course, if my race is ever to rid the planet of them, we must employ offensive weapons of power. We have such, but we have never been able to use them. For, in order to locate the enemy, either by telepathy or by spy ray, we must open our metallic shields, and the instant we release those screens, we are lost. From those conditions there is no escape, Wurzel concluded hopelessly. Don't be such a pessimist, Kinnison commanded. There are a lot of things not tried yet. For instance, from what I have seen of your generator equipment and that screen, you don't need a metallic conductor any more than a snake needs hips. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we're a bit ahead of you there. If a Devilbiss projector can handle that screen, and I think it can with special tuning, Van Buskirk and I can fix things in an hour so that all three of us can walk out of here in perfect safety, from mental interference at least. While we're trying it out, tell us all the new stuff you got on them just now, and anything else that, by any possibility, may prove useful. And remember, you said this is the first time any of you had been able to cut them off. That fact ought to make them sit up and take notice. Probably they'll stir around more than they ever did before. Come on, Bus. Let's tear into it. Square. The Devilbiss projectors were rigged and tuned. Kinnison had been right. They worked. Then plan after plan was made, only to be discarded as its weaknesses were pointed out. Whichever way we look, there are too many ifs and buts to suit me. Kinnison summed up the situation finally. If we can find them, and if we can get up close to them without losing our minds to them, we could clean them out if we had some power in our accumulators. So I'd say the first thing for us to do is to get our batteries charged. We saw some cities from the air, and cities always have power. Lead us to power, Wurzel, almost any kind of power, and we'll soon have it in our guns. There are cities, yes? Wurzel was not at all enthusiastic. Dwelling places of the ordinary Delgonians, the people you saw being eaten in the cavern of the overlords. As you saw, they resemble us Valantians to a certain extent. Since they are of a lower culture and are much weaker in life force than we are, however, the overlords prefer us to their own slave races. To visit any city of Delgon is out of the question. Every inhabitant of every city is an abject slave, and his brain is an open book. Whatever he sees, whatever he thinks, is communicated instantly to his master. And I now perceive that I may have misinformed you as to the Overlord's ability to use weapons. While the situation has never arisen, it is only logical to suppose that as soon as we are seen by any Delgonian, the controllers will order all the inhabitants of the city to capture us and bring us to them. What a guy, interjected Van Buskirk. Did you ever see his top for looking at the bright side of life? Only in conversation, the Lensman replied. When the ether gets crowded, you notice, he's right in here blasting away and not saying a word. But there's one thing we haven't thought of, power. I've got only 8 minutes of free flight left in my battery, and with your mass, you must be about out. Come to think of it, didn't you land a trifle hard when we sat down here? Practically inert. That means we've got to get some power. Well, it's not so bad at that. There's a city right close. Yes, but as far as I'm concerned, it might as well be on Mars. You know as well as I do what's between here and there. You can take my batteries and I'll wait here. On your emergency food, water, and air? That's out. What else then? I can spread my field to cover all three of us, proposed Kinnison. That will give us at least 1 minute of free flight, almost if not quite enough to clear the jungle. They have night here, and, like us, the Delgonians are night sleepers. We start at dusk, and tonight we recharge our batteries. The following hour, during which the huge, hot sun dropped to the horizon, was spent in intense discussion, but no significant improvement upon the Lensman's plan could be devised. "It is time to go," Wurzel announced, curling out one extensile eye toward the vanishing orb. "I have recorded all my findings. Already I have lived longer and, through you, have accomplished more than anyone believed possible. I am ready to die. I should have been dead long since. Living on borrowed time's a lot better than not living at all, Kinnison replied with a grin. Link up, ready, go. He snapped his switches, and the close-linked group of three shot into the air and away. As far as the eye could reach in any direction extended the sentient, ravenous growth of the jungle, but Kinnison's eyes were not upon that fantastically inimical green carpet. His whole attention was occupied by two all-important meters, and by the task of so directing their flight as to gain the greatest possible horizontal distance with the power at his command. 50 seconds of flashing flight then. All right, Warsaw, get out in front and get ready to pull, Kinnison snapped. 10 seconds of drive left, but I can hold us free for 5 seconds after my driver quits. Pull. Kinnison's driver expired, its small accumulator completely exhausted, and Warsaw, with his mighty wings, took up the task of propulsion. Inertialess still, with Kinnison and Van Buskirk grasping his tail, each beat a mile-long leap, he struggled on. But all too soon the battery powering the neutralizers also went dead, and the three began to plummet downward at a sharper and sharper angle, in spite of the Valantians' Herculean efforts to keep them aloft. Some distance ahead of them, the green of the jungle ended in a sharply cut line, beyond which there was a heavy growth of fairly open forest. A couple of miles of this, and there was the city, their objective, so near and yet so far. We'll either just make the timber or we just won't, Kinnison, mentally plotting the course, announced dispassionately. Just as well if we land in the jungle, I think. It'll break our fall anyway, and hitting solid ground inert at this speed might be pretty serious. If we land in the jungle, we will never leave it. Wurssel's thought did not slow the incredible tempo of his prodigious pinions, but it makes little difference whether I die now or later. It does to us, you pessimistic croaker, flared Kinnison. Forget that dying complex of yours for a minute. Remember the plan and follow it. We're going to strike the jungle about 90 or 100 meters in. If you come in with us, you die at once, and the rest of our scheme is all shot to pieces. So when we let go, you go ahead and land in the woods. We'll join you there, never fear. Our armor will hold long enough for us to cut our way through 100 meters of any jungle that ever grew, even this one. Get ready, Bus. Lego! They dropped. Through the lush succulence of close-packed upper leaves and tentacles they crashed, through the heavier wooded main branches below, through to the ground. And there they fought for their lives, for those voracious plants nourished themselves not only upon the soil in which their roots were embedded, but also upon anything organic unlucky enough to come within reach. Flabby but tough tentacles encircled them, ghastly sucking discs, exuding a potent corrosive, slobbered wetly at their armor. Knobbed and spiky bludgeons whanged against tempered steel as the monstrous organisms began dimly to realize that these particular titbits were encased in something more resistant, far than skin, scales, or bark. But the Lensman and his giant companion were not quiescent. They came down oriented and fighting. Van Buskirk, in the van, swung his frightful space axe as a reaper swings his scythe, one solid short step forward with each swing. And close behind, the Valerian strode Kinnison, his own flying axe guarding the giant's head and back. Masses of that obscene vegetation crashed down upon their heads from above, revolting, cupped orifices sucking and smacking, and they were showered continually with floods of the opaque, corrosive sap to the action of which even their armor was not entirely immune. But, hampered as they were and almost blinded, they struggled indomitably on, while behind them an ever-lengthening corridor of demolition marked their progress. "Ain't we got fun?" grunted the Dutchman in time with his swing. "But we're quite a team at that, Chief. Brains and brawn, huh?" "Uh-huh," dissented Kinnison, his flying weapon a solid disk of steel to the eye. Grace and poise, or, if you want to be really romantic, ham and eggs. Rack and ruin would be more like it if we don't break out before this confounded goo eats through our armor. But we're making it. The stuff's thinning out, and I think I can see trees up ahead. It is well if you can, came a cold, clear thought from Worcel, for I am sorely beset. Hasten or I perish. At that thought, the two patrolmen forged ahead in a burst of furious activity. Crashing through the thinning barriers of the jungle's edge, they wiped their lenses partially clear, glanced quickly about, and saw the Valantian. That worthy was sorely beset indeed. 6 animals, huge, reptilian, but lithe and active, had him down. So helplessly immobile was Worcel that he could scarcely move his tail, and the monsters were already beginning to gnaw at his scaly, armored hide. "I'll put a stop to that, Worcel," called Kinnison, referring to the fact well known to all us moderns that any real animal, no matter how savage, can be controlled by any wearer of the lens. For, no matter how low in the scale of intelligence the animal is, the lensman can get in touch with whatever mind the creature has and reason with it. But these monstrosities, as Kinnison learned immediately, were not really animals. Even though of animal form and mobility, they were purely vegetable in motivation and behavior, reacting only to the stimuli of food and of reproduction. Weirdly and completely inimical to all other forms of created life, they were so utterly noisome, so to gain rapport. Upon their confusedly writhing heap the patrolmen flung themselves, terrible axes destructively a-swing. In turn they were attacked viciously, but this battle was not long to endure. Van Buskirk's first terrific blow knocked one adversary away, almost spinning end over end. Kinnison took out one, the Dutchman another, and the remaining 3 were no match at all for the humiliated and furiously raging Valantian. But it was not until the monstrosities had been gruesomely carved and torn apart, literally limb from hideous limb, that they ceased their insensately voracious attacks. "They took me by surprise," explained Worcel unnecessarily, as the 3 made their way through the night toward their goal, and 6 of them at once were too much for me. I tried to hold their minds, but apparently they have none. "How about the overlords?" asked Kinnison. "Suppose they have received any of our thoughts? We patrolmen, at least, have been doing a lot of unguarded radiating lately." "No," Worcel made positive reply. "The thought-screen batteries, while small and of very little actual power, have, nevertheless, a very long service life. Now let us again go over the next steps of our plan of action." Since no more untoward events marred their progress toward the Delgonian city, they soon reached it. It was for the most part dark and quiet, its somber buildings merely blacker blobs against a background of black. Here and there, however, were to be seen automotive vehicles moving about, and the 3 invaders crouched against a convenient wall, waiting for one to come along the street in which they were. Eventually, one did. As it passed them, Worcel sprang into headlong gliding flight, Kinnison's heavy knife in one gnarled fist, and as he sailed he struck lethally. Before that luckless Delgonian's brain could radiate a single thought, it was in no condition to function at all, for the head containing it was bouncing in the gutter. Worcel backed a peculiar conveyance along the curb, and his 2 companions leaped into it, lying flat upon its floor and covering themselves from sight as best they could. Worcel, familiar with things Delgonian, and looking enough like a native of the planet to pass a casual inspection in the dark, drove the car. Streets and thoroughfares he traversed at reckless speed, finally drawing up before a long, low building, entirely dark. He scanned his surroundings with care in every direction. Not a creature was in sight. "All is clear, friends," he thought, and the 3 adventurers sprang to the building's entrance. The door, it had a door of sorts, was locked, but Van Buskirk's axe made short work of that difficulty. Inside, they braced the wrecked door against intrusion. Then Wurzel led the way into the unlighted interior. Soon he flashed his lamp about him and stepped upon a black, peculiarly marked tile set into the floor, whereupon a harsh white light illuminated the room. "Cut it, before somebody takes alarm!" snapped Kinnison. "No danger of that," replied the Valantian. "There are no windows in any of these rooms. No light can be seen from outside. This is the control room of the city's power plant. If you can convert any of this power to your uses, help yourselves to it. In this building is also Delgon's closest approximation to a munitions plant. Whether or not anything in it can be of service to you is, of course, for you to say. I am now at your disposal." While the Valantian was thinking these things, Kinnison had been studying the panels and instruments. Now he and Van Buskirk tore open their armor. They had already learned that the atmosphere of Delgon, while not as wholesome for them as that in their suits, would, for a time at least, support human life, and wrought diligently with pliers, screwdrivers, and other tools of the electrician. Soon their exhausted batteries were upon the floor beneath the instrument panel, greedily absorbing the electrical fluid from the bus bars of the Delgonians. "Now, while they're getting filled up, let's see what they mean by munitions in these parts," Kinnison ordered. "Lead on, Wurzel. 7. With Wurzel in the lead, the three interlopers hastened along a corridor, past branching and intersecting hallways to a distant wing of the structure. There, it was evident, manufacturing of weapons was carried on, but a quick study of the queer-looking devices and mechanisms upon the benches and inside the storage racks lining its walls convinced Kinnison that the room could yield them nothing of permanent benefit. There were high-powered beam projectors, it was true, but they were so heavy that they were not even semi-portable. There were also hand weapons of various peculiar patterns, but without exception they were ridiculously inferior to the delamiters of the Patrol in every respect of power, range, controllability, and storage capacity. Nevertheless, after testing them out sufficiently to make certain of the above findings, Kinnison selected an armful of the most powerful models and turned to his companions. "Let's go back to the power room," he urged. "I'm nervous as a cat. I feel stark naked without my batteries, and if anyone should happen to drop in there and do away with them, we'd be sunk without a trace." Loaded down with Delgonian weapons, they hurried back the way they had come. Much to Kinnison's relief, he found that his forebodings had been groundless. The batteries were still there, still absorbing myriawatt hour after myriawatt hour from the Delgonian generators. Staring fixedly at the innocuous-looking containers, he frowned in thought. "Better we insulate those leads a little heavier and put the cans back in our armor," he suggested finally. "They'll charge just as well in place, and it doesn't stand to reason that this drain of power can go on for the rest of the night without somebody noticing it. And when that happens, those overlords are bound to take plenty of steps, the nature of none of which we can even guess at. We must have power enough now so that we can all fly away from any possible trouble," Wurzel suggested. "But that's just exactly what we are not going to do," Kinnison declared with finality. "Now that we've found a good charger, we aren't going to leave it until our accumulators are chock-a-block. It's coming in faster than full draft will take it out, and we're going to get a full charge if we have to stand off all the vermin of Delgon to do it." Far longer than Kinnison had thought possible, they were unmolested, but finally a couple of Delgonian engineers came to investigate the unprecedented shortage in the output of their completely automatic generators. At the entrance they were stopped, for no ordinary tools could force the barricade Van Buskirk had erected behind that portal. With leveled weapons, the patrolmen stood awaiting the expected attack. but none developed. Hour by hour the long night wore away, uneventfully. At daybreak, however, a storming party appeared, and massive battering rams were brought into play. As the dull, heavy concussions reverberated throughout the building, the patrolmen each picked up two of the weapons piled before them, and Kinnison addressed the Volantian. "Drag a couple of those metal benches across that corner and coil up behind them," he directed. "There'll be enough to ground any stray charges. If they can't see you, they won't know you're here, so probably nothing much will come your way direct." The Volantian demurred, declaring that he would not hide while his two companions were fighting his battle. But Kinnison silenced him fiercely. "Don't be a fool," the Lensman snapped. "One of these beams would fry you to a crisp in 10 seconds, whereas the defensive fields of our armor could neutralize 1,000 of them from now on. Do as I say, and do it quick, or I'll beam you unconscious and toss you in there myself." Realizing that Kinnison meant exactly what he said, and knowing that, unarmored as he was utterly unable to resist either the Tellurian or their common foe, Wurzel unwillingly erected his metallic barrier and coiled his sinuous length behind it. He hid himself just in time. The outer barricade had fallen, and now a wave of reptilian forms flooded into the control room. Nor was this any ordinary investigation. The overlords had studied the situation from afar, and this wave was one of heavily armed, for Delgon soldiery. On they came, projectors fiercely aflame, confident in their belief that nothing could stand before their blasts. But how wrong they were. The two repulsively erect bipeds before them neither burned nor fell. Beams, no matter how powerful, did not reach them. Nor were these outlandish beings inoffensive. Utterly careless of the service life of the pitifully weak Delgonian projectors, they were using them at maximum drain and at extreme aperture, and in the resultant beams the Delgonian soldier slaves fell in scorched and smoking heaps. On came reserves, platoon after platoon, only and continuously to meet the same fate, for as soon as one projector weakened, the invincibly armored man would toss it aside and pick up another. But finally the last commandeered weapon was exhausted, and the beleaguered pair brought their own delamitors, the most powerful portable weapons known to the military scientists of the Galactic Patrol, into play. And what a difference! In those beams the attacking reptiles did not smoke or burn. They simply vanished in a blaze of flaming light. So did also the nearby walls and a good share of the building beyond. The Delgonian hordes having disappeared, Van Buskirk shut off his delameter. Kinnison, however, left his on, angling its beams sharply upward, blasting into fiery vapor the ceiling and roof over their heads, remarking, "While we're at it, we might as well fix things so that we can make a quick getaway if we want to." Then they waited. Lay! Waited, watching the needles of their meters creep ever closer to the full charge marks, waited, while, as they shrewdly suspected, the distant, cowardly hiding overlords planned some other, more promising line of physical attack. Nor was it long in developing. Another small army appeared, armored this time, or, more accurately, advancing behind metallic shields. Knowing what to expect, Kinnison was not surprised when the beam of his delameter not only failed to pierce one of those shields, but did not in any way impede the progress of the Delgonian column. "Well, we're all done here anyway, as far as I'm concerned." Kinnison grinned at the Dutchman as he spoke. "My cans have been showing full back pressure for the last 5 minutes. How about yours?" "Same here," Van Buskirk reported, and the two leaped lightly into the Volantian's refuge. Then, inertialess all, the three shot into the air at such a pace that to the slow senses of the Delgonian slaves they simply disappeared. Indeed, it was not until the barrier had been blasted away and every room, nook, and cranny of the immense structure had been literally and minutely combed that the Dalgonians, and through their enslaved minds the overlords, became convinced that their prey had in some uncanny and unknown fashion eluded them. A fook, shock, ho! Now, high in the air, the three troopers traversed, in a matter of minutes, the same distance that had cost them so much time and strife the day before. Over the monster-infected forest they sped, over the deceptively peaceful green lushness of the jungle, to slant down toward Worsel's thought-proof tent. Inside that refuge they snapped off their thought screens, and Kinnison yawned prodigiously. Working days and nights both is all right for a while, but it gets monotonous in time. Since this seems to be the only really safe spot on the planet, I suggest that we take a day or so off and catch up on our eats and sleeps. They slept and ate again. The next thing on the program, Kinnison announced then, is to clean out that den of overlords. Then Wursel will be free to help us get going about our own business. You speak lightly indeed of the impossible, Wursel, again all glum despondency, reproved him. I have already explained why the task is and must remain beyond our power. Yes, but you don't quite grasp the possibilities of the stuff we've got to work with now, the Tellurian replied. Listen, you could never do anything because you couldn't see through or work through your thought screens. Neither we nor you could, even now, enslave a Dalgonian and make him lead us to the cavern, because the overlords would know all about it, way ahead of time, and the slave would lead us anywhere else except to the cavern. However, one of us can cut his screen and surrender, possibly keeping just enough screen up to keep the enemy from possessing his mind fully enough to learn that the other two are coming along. The big question is, which of us is to surrender? That is already decided, Wursel made instant reply. I am the logical, in fact, the only one to do it. Not only would they think it perfectly natural that they should overpower me, but also I am the only one of us three sufficiently able to control his thoughts so as to keep from them the knowledge that I am being accompanied. Furthermore, you both know that it would not be good for your minds, unaccustomed as they are to the practice, to surrender their control voluntarily to an enemy. I'll say it wouldn't, Kinnison agreed feelingly. I might do it if I had to, but I wouldn't like it and don't think I'd ever quite get over it. I hate to put such a horrible job off onto you, Wursel, but you're undoubtedly the best equipped to handle it, and even you may have your hands full. Yes, the Valantian said thoughtfully. While the undertaking is no longer an absolute impossibility, it is difficult, very. In any event, you will probably have to beam me yourselves if we succeed in reaching the cavern. The overlords will see to that. If so, do it without regret. Know that I expect it and am well content to die in that fashion. Thousands of better men than I am would be only too glad to be in my place, meaning what it does to all Valantia. Know also that I have already reported what is to occur, and that your welcome to Valantia is assured, whether or not I accompany you there. I don't think I'll have to kill you, Wursel, Kinnison replied slowly, picturing in detail exactly what that steel-hard reptilian body would be capable of doing when, unshackled, its directing mind was completely taken over by an utterly soulless and conscienceless overlord. If we can't keep from going off the deep end, of course you'll get pretty tough, and I know that you're hard to handle. However, as I told you back there, I think I can beam you unconscious without killing you. I may have to burn off a few scales, but I'll try not to do any damage that can't be repaired. If you can so stop me, it will be wonderful indeed. Are we ready? They were ready. Wursel opened the door and in a moment was hurtling through the air, his giant wings arrowing him along at a pace no winged creature of earth would even approach. And, following him easily at a little distance, floated the two patrolmen upon their inertialess drives. "Ja! During that long flight, scarcely a thought was exchanged, even between Kinnison and Van Buskirk. To direct a thought at the Valantian was, of course, out of the question. All lines of communication with him had been cut, and, furthermore, his mind, able as it was being taxed to the ultimate cell in doing what he had set out to do. And the two patrolmen were reluctant to converse with each other, even upon their tight beams, radios, or sounders, for fear that some slight leakage of thought energy might reveal their presence to the ever-watchful overlords. If this opportunity were lost, they knew another chance to wipe out that hellish horde might never present itself. Land was traversed and sea, but finally a stupendous range of mountains reared before them, and Worcel, folding back his tireless wings, shot downward in a screaming, full-weight dive. In his line of flight, Kinnison saw the mouth of a cave, a darker spot of blackness in the black rock of the mountain's side. Upon the ledged approach there lay a Delgonian, a guard or lookout, of course. The Lensman's delameter was already in his hand, and at sight of the guardian reptile he sighted and fired in one incredibly fast motion. But, rapid as it was still too slow. The overlords had seen that the Valantian had companions of whom he had been able to keep them in ignorance theretofore. Instantly, Worcel's wings again began to beat, bearing him off at a wide angle, and, although the patrolmen were insulated against his thought, the meaning of his antics was very plain. He was telling them in every possible way that the hole below was not the cavern of the overlords, that it was over this way, that they were to keep on following him to it. Then, as they refused to follow him, he rushed upon Kinnison in mad attack. "Beam him down, Kim," Van Buskirk yelled. "Don't take any chances with that bird." He leveled his own delameter. "Lay off, Bus," the Lensman snapped. "I can handle him. A lot easier out here than on the ground." And so it proved. Inertialess as he was, the buffetings of the Valantian affected him not at all, and when Worcel coiled his supple body around him and began to apply pressure, Kinnison simply expanded his thought screen to cover them both, thus releasing the mind of his temporarily inimical friend from the overlord's grip. Instantly the Valantian became himself, snapped on his own shield, and the three continued, as one, their interrupted downward course. Worcel came to a halt upon the ledge, beside the practically incinerated corpse of the lookout, knowing, unarmored as he was, that to go farther meant sudden death. The armored pair, however, shot on into the gloomy passage. At first they were offered no opposition. The overlords had had no time to muster an adequate defense. Scattering handfuls of slaves rushed them, only to be blasted out of existence as their hand weapons proved useless against the armor of the Galactic Patrol. Defenders became more numerous as the cavern itself was approached, but neither were they allowed to stay the patrolmen's progress. Finally, a palely shimmering barrier of metal appeared to bar their way. Its fields of force neutralized or absorbed the blasts of the delameters, but its material substance offered but little resistance to a 30-pound sledge swung by one of the strongest men ever. Now they were in the cavern itself, the sanctum sanctorum of the overlords of Delgon. There was the hellish torture screen with its burden of mental and physical pain. There was the horribly avid audience, now milling about in a mob frenzy of panic. There upon a raised balcony were the big shots of this nauseous clan, now doing their utmost to marshal some force able to cope effectively with this unheard-of violation of their age-old immunity. A last wave of Delgonian slaves hurled themselves forward, futile projectors furiously aflame, only to disappear in the delameter's fans of force. The patrolmen hated to kill those mindless slaves, but it was a nasty job that had to be done. The slaves out of the way, those ravening beams bored on into the massed overlords. And now Kinnison and Van Buskirk killed, if not joyously, at least relentlessly, mercilessly, and with neither sign nor sensation of compunction. For this unbelievably monstrous tribe needed killing root and branch. Not a scion or shoot of it should be allowed to survive, to continue to contaminate the civilization of the galaxy. Back and forth, to and fro, up and down swept the raging beams of the delamiters, playing on until in all the vast volume of that gruesome chamber nothing lived save the two grim figures in its portal. Assured of this fact, but with delamiters still in hand, the two destroyers retraced their way to the tunnel's mouth, where Wursel anxiously awaited them. Lines of communication again established, Kinnison informed the Valantian of all that had taken place, and the latter gradually cut down the power of his thought screen. Soon it was at zero strength, and he reported jubilantly that for the first time in untold ages, the overlords of Delgon were off the air. "But surely the danger isn't over yet," protested Kinnison. "We couldn't have got them all in this one raid. Some of them must have escaped, and there must be other dens of them on this planet somewhere." Possibly. The Valantian waved his tail airily, the first sign of joyousness he had shown. "But their power is broken, definitely and forever. With these new screens, and with the arms and armament which, thanks to you, we can now fabricate, the task of wiping them out completely will be comparatively simple. Now you will accompany me to Valantia, where, I assure, the resources of the planet will be put solidly behind you in your own endeavors. I have already summoned a spaceship. In less than 12 days we will be back in Valantia and at work upon your projects. In the meantime, 12 days. Holy jumping rockets." Van Buskirk exploded. Kinnison said, "Sure, you forget that they knew nothing of our free drive. We'd better hop over and get our lifeboat, I think. It's not so good either way, but in our own boat we'll be open to detection less than 2 hours, as against 12 days in the Valantians. And the pirates may be here any minute. It's as good as certain that their ship will be stopped and searched long before it gets back to Valantia, and if we were aboard, it would be just too bad. And since the crew knows about us, the pirates soon will, and it'll be just too bad anyway," Van Buskirk reasoned. "Not at all," interposed Wursel. "The few of my people who know of you have been instructed to seal that knowledge. I must admit, however, that I am greatly disturbed by your conceptions of these pirates of space. You see, until I met you, I knew nothing more of the pirates than I did of your patrol." "What a world!" Van Buskirk exclaimed. "No patrol and no pirates. But at that, life might be simpler without both of them and without the free space drive, more like it used to be in the good old airplane days that the novelists rave about. Of course, I could not judge as to that. The Valantian was very serious. This in which we live seems to be an out-of-the-way section of the galaxy, or it may be that we have nothing that the pirates want. More likely, it's simply that, like the patrol, they haven't got organized into this district yet," suggested Kinnison. "There are so many millions of solar systems in the galaxy that it will probably be thousands of years yet before the patrol gets into them all." "But about these pirates," Wursel went back to his point. "If they have such minds as those of the overlords, they will be able to break the seals of our minds. However, I gather from your thoughts that their minds are not of that strength." "Not so far as I know," Kinnison replied. "You folks have the most powerful brains I ever heard of, short of the Arisians. And speaking of mental power, you can hear thoughts a lot farther than I can, even with my lens or with this pirate receiver I've got. See if you can find out whether there are any pirates in space around here, will you?" While the Valantian was concentrating, Van Buskirk asked, "Why, if his mind is so strong, could the overlords put him under so much easier than they could us weak-minded humans?" "You are confusing mind with will, I think. Ages of submission to the overlords made the Valantians' willpower 0 as far as the bosses were concerned. On the other hand, you and I could raise stubbornness to sell to most people. In fact, if the overlords had succeeded in really breaking us down back there, I believe that we would have been insane for the rest of our lives. Probably you're right. We break, but don't bend, huh? Then the Valantian was ready to report. I have scanned space to the nearest stars, some 11 of your light years, and have encountered no intruding entities, he announced. 11 light years, what a range, Kinnison exclaimed. However, that's only a shade over 2 minutes for a pirate ship at full blast. But we've got to take a chance sometime, and the quicker we get started, the sooner we'll get back. We'll pick you up here, Warsaw. No use in you going back to your tent. We'll be back here long before you could reach it. You'll be safe enough, I think, especially with our spare delameters. Let's get going, Bus. Again they shot into the air. Again they traversed the airless depths of interplanetary space. To locate the temporary tomb of their lifeboat required only a few minutes. To disinter her only a few more. Then again they braved detection in the void, Kinnison tense at his controls, Van Buskirk in strained attention listening to and staring at his unscramblers and detectors. But the ether was still blank as they materialized in an inertialess landing beside the waiting Valantian. All right, Warsaw, snap it up, Kinnison called and went on to Van Buskirk. Now, you big, flat-footed Valerian spacehound, I hope that spaceman's god of yours will see to it that our luck holds good for just 7 minutes more. We've had more luck already than we had any right to expect, but we can put a little more to most gosh-awful good use. No shabkemming does bring spacemen luck, insisted the giant, grimacing a peculiar salute toward a small golden image set inside his helmet, and the fact that you warty, runty little space fleas of Tellus haven't got sense enough to know it doesn't change matters at all. That's telling 'em, Bus, Kinnison applauded. But if it helps charge your batteries, go to it, ready to blast. Lift. The Valantian had come aboard. The tiny airlock was again tight, and the little vessel shot away from Delgon toward far Valantia. And still the ether remained empty as far as the detectors could reach. Nor was this fact surprising, in spite of the Lensman's fears to the contrary, for the patrolman had given the pirates such an extremely long line to cover that many days must yet elapse before the minions of Boskone would get around to visit that unimportant, unexplored, and almost unknown solar system. Soured. En route to his home planet, Wursel got in touch with the crew of the Valantian vessel already in space, ordering them to return to port post-haste and instructing them in detail what to think and how to act should they be stopped and searched by one of Boskone's raiders. By the time these instructions had been given, Valantia loomed large beneath the flying midget. Then, with Wursel as guide, Kinnison drove over a mighty ocean upon whose opposite shore lay the great city in which Wursel lived. But I would like to have them welcome you as befits what you have done, and have you go to the dome, mourned Valantian. Think of it. You have done a thing which for ages the massed power of the planet has been trying vainly to accomplish, and yet you insist that I alone take full and complete credit for it. I don't insist on any such thing, argued Kinnison, even though it's practically all yours anyway. I insist only on your keeping us and the patrol out of it, and you know as well as I do why you've got to do that. Tell them anything else you want to. Say that a couple of pink-haired Chicladorians helped you and then beat it back home. That planet's far enough away so that if the pirates chase them, they'll get a real run for their money. After this blows over, you can tell the truth, but not until then. And as for us going to the dome for a grand hocus-pocus, that is biggest space yard you've got. You're not going to give us anything except a lot of material and a lot of highly trained help that can keep their thoughts sealed. We've got to build a lot of heavy stuff fast, and we've got to get started on it just as quickly as the gods of space will let us. 8. Wurzel knew his council of scientists, as well he might, since it developed that he himself ranked high in that select circle. True to his promises, the largest spaceport of the planet was immediately emptied of its customary personnel, which was replaced the following morning by an entirely new group of workmen. Nor were these replacements ordinary laborers. They were young, keen, and highly trained, taken to a man from behind the thought screens of the scientists. It is true that they had no inkling of what they were to do, since none of them had ever dreamed of the possibility of such engines as they were to be called upon to construct. But, upon the other hand, they were well versed in the fundamental theories and operations of mathematics, and from pure mathematics to applied mechanics is but a step. Furthermore, they had brains, knew how to think logically, coherently, and effectively, and needed neither driving nor supervision, only instruction. And best of all, practically every one of the required mechanisms already existed, in miniature, within the Britannia's lifeboat, ready at hand for their dissection, analysis, and enlargement. It was not lack of understanding which was to slow up the work. It was simply that the planet did not boast machine tools and equipment large enough or strong enough to handle the necessarily huge and heavy parts and members required. While the construction of this heavy machinery was being rushed through, Kinnison and Van Buskirk devoted their efforts to the fabrication of an ultra-sensitive receiver tunable to the pirates' scrambled wavebands. With their exactly detailed knowledge, and with the cleverest technicians and the choicest equipment of Valantia at their disposal, the set was soon completed. Kinnison was giving its exceedingly delicate coils their final alignment when Wurzel wriggled blithely into the radio laboratory. "Hi, Kimball Kinnison of the Lens," he called gaily. Throwing some 20 feet of his serpent's body in lightning loops about a convenient pillar, he made a horizontal bar of the rest of himself and dropped one wing tip to the floor. Then, nonchalantly upside down, he thrust out 3 or 4 eyes and curled their stalks over the lensman's shoulder, the better to inspect the results of the mechanic's efforts. Gone was the morose, pessimistic, death-haunted Wurzel who had wrought and fought beside the armored pair upon fantastically inimical Delgon. This was a new Wurzel entirely, gay, happy, carefree, and actually frolicsome. If you can imagine a 30-foot-long, crocodile-headed, leather-winged python as being frolicsome. "Hi, your royal snake ship," Kinnison retorted in kind. "Still here, huh? Thought you'd be back on Delgon by this time, cleaning up the rest of that mess." "The equipment is not ready, but there's no hurry about that." The playful reptile unwrapped 10 or 12 feet of tail from the pillar and waved it airily about. "Their power is broken. Their race is done. You are about to try out the new receiver?" "Yes, going out after them right now." Kinnison began deftly to manipulate the micrometric verniers of his dials. Eyes fixed upon meters and gauges, he listened, increased his power, and listened again. More and more power he applied to his apparatus, listening continually. Suddenly he stiffened, his hands becoming rock-still. He listened, if possible, even more intently than before, and as he listened, his face grew grim and granite-hard. Then the micrometers began again, crawlingly to move, as though he were tracing a beam. "Boss, hook on the focusing beam antenna," he snapped. "It's going to take every milliwatt of power we've got in this hookup to tap his beam, but I think that I've got Helmuth direct, instead of through a pirate ship relay." Again and again he checked the readings of his dials and of the directors of his antenna, each time noting the exact time of the Valantian day. "There! As soon as we get some time, Wurzel, I'd like to work out these figures with some of your astronomers. They'll give me a right line through to Helmuth's headquarters. I hope. Someday. If I'm spared, I'll get another." "What kind of news did you get?" asked Van Buskirk. "Good and bad, both," replied the lensman. "Good in that Helmuth doesn't believe that we stayed with his ship as long as we did. He's a suspicious devil, you know, and is pretty well convinced that we tried to run the same kind of a blazer on him that we did the other time. Since he hasn't got enough ships on the job to work the whole line, he's concentrating on the other end. That means that we've got plenty of days left. The bad part of it is that they've got 4 of our boats already and are bound to get more. Lord, how I wish I could call the rest of them. Some of them could certainly make it here before they got caught. "Might I then offer a suggestion?" asked Worcel, suddenly diffident. "Surely," the Lensman replied in surprise. "Your ideas have never been any kind of poppycock. Why so bashful all at once?" "Because this one is so peculiarly personal, since you men regard so highly the privacy of your minds. Our 2 sciences, as you have already observed, are vastly different. You are far beyond us in mechanics, physics, chemistry, and the other applied sciences. We, on the other hand, have delved much deeper than have you into psychology and the other introspective studies. For that reason, I know positively that the lens you wear is capable of enormously greater things than you are at present able to perform. Of course, I cannot use your lens directly, since it is attuned to your own ego. However, if the idea appeals to you, I could, with your consent, occupy your mind and use your lens to put you en rapport with your fellows. I have not volunteered the suggestion before because I know how averse your mind is to any foreign control. Not necessarily to foreign control, Kinnison corrected him, only to enemy control. The idea of friendly control never occurred to me. That would be an entirely different breed of cats. Go to it." Kinnison relaxed his mind completely, and that of the Valantian came welling in, wave upon friendly, surging wave of benevolent power. And not only, or not precisely, power. It was more than power. It was a calm, cool, placid certainty, a depth and clarity of perception that Kinnison in his most cogent moments had never dreamed a possibility. The possessor of that mind knew things, cameo clear in microscopic detail, which the keenest minds of Earth could perceive only as chaotically indistinct masses of mental light and shade, of no recognizable pattern whatever. "Give me the thought pattern of him with whom you wish first to converse," came Worcel's thought, this time from deep within the lensman's own brain. Kinnison felt a subtle thrill of uneasiness at that new and ultra-strange dual personality, but thought back steadily. "Sorry? I can't." "Excuse me. I should have known that you cannot think in our patterns. Think then of him as a person, an individual. That will give me, I believe, sufficient data." Into the Earthman's mind there leaped a picture of Henderson, sharp and clear. He felt his lens actually tingle and throb as a concentration of vital force, such as he had never known, poured through his whole being and into that almost living creation of the Arisians, and immediately thereafter he was in full mental communication with the chief pilot of the ill-fated Britannia. And there, seated across the tiny mess table of their lifeboat, was Thorndyke, the master technician. Henderson came to his feet with a yell as the telepathic message bombarded into his brain, and it required several seconds to convince him that he was not the victim of space insanity or suffering from any other form of hallucination. Once convinced, however, he acted. His lifeboat shot toward far Valantia at maximum blast. Then Nelson, Allardyce, Thompson, Jenkins, Uhlenhuth, Smith. Chatway, Kinnison called the roll of the survivors. Nelson, the Britannia's communications officer, answered his captain's call. So did Allardyce, the jubbling quartermaster. So did Uhlenhuth, a technician. So did those in 3 other boats. 2 of these 3 were apparently well within the danger zone and might get nipped in their dash, but their crews elected without hesitation to take the chance. 4 boats, it was already known, had been captured by the pirates. The remaining 8 were either so distant as to be out of range of even the Warsaw-driven lens, or they had been taken by pirates who had not yet reported to Helmuth. 8 out of 20, Kinnison mused. Not so good, but it could have been a lot worse. They might very well have taken us all by this time. Then he turned to the Valantian, who had withdrawn his mind as soon as its task was done. "Thanks, Warsaw," he said simply. "Some of those lads coming in have got plenty of just what it takes and how we can use them. Sir." One by one the lifeboats of the Britannia came into port, where their crews were welcomed briefly but feelingly before they were put to work. Nelson, the communications officer among the last to arrive, was to the Lensman particularly welcome. "Nels, we need you badly," Kinnison informed him as soon as greetings had been exchanged. "The pirates have a beam carrying a peculiarly scrambled wave that they can receive and decode through any kind of ordinary blanketing interference, and you're the best man of us all to study their system. Some of these Valantian scientists can probably help you a lot on that. Any race that can develop a screen against thought figures to know more than somewhat about vibration in general. We've got working models of the pirates' instruments so that you can figure out their patterns and formulas. That ought to be simple. When you've done that, I want you and your Valantians to design something that will scramble all the pirates' communicator beams in space from here to the near rim of the galaxy. If you can fix things so that they can't talk any more than we can, it'll help a lot, believe me. QX Chief, we'll give it the works." And the radio man called for tools, apparatus, and electricians. Then, throughout the great spaceport, the many Valantians and the handful of patrolmen labored mightily, side by side, and to very good effect indeed. Slowly, the port became ringed about by, and studded everywhere with, monstrous mechanisms. Everywhere there were projectors, refractory-throated demons ready to vomit forth every force known to the expert technicians of the patrol. There were absorbers, too, backed by their bleeder resistors, air gaps, ground rods, and racks for discharged accumulators. There, too, were receptors and converters for the cosmic energy which was to empower many of the devices. There were, of course, atomic motor generators by the score, and battery upon battery of gigantic accumulators. And Nelson's high-powered scrambler was ready to go to work. These machines appeared crude, rough, unfinished, for neither time nor labor had been wasted upon non-essentials. But inside each one the moving parts fitted with micrometric accuracy and with hairspring balance. All, without exception, functioned perfectly. At Warsaw's call, Kinnison climbed up out of a great beam-proof pit, the top of whose wall was practically composed of tractor beam projectors. Pausing only to make sure that a sticking switch on one of the screen dome generators had been replaced, he hurried to the heavily armored control room where his little force of fellow patrolmen awaited him. "They're coming, boys," he announced. "You all know what to do. There are a lot more things that we could have done if we'd had more time, but as it is, we'll just go to work on them with what we've got." And Kinnison, again all brisk captain, bent over his instruments. In the ordinary course of events, the pirate would have flashed up to the planet with spy rays out and issuing a peremptory demand for the planet to show a clean bill of health or to surrender instantly such fugitives as might lately have landed upon it. But Kinnison did not, could not, wait for that. The spy rays, he knew, would reveal the presence of his armament, and such armament most certainly did not belong to this planet. Therefore, the instant that the pirate ship came within range of his detectors, he acted. And forthwith everything happened at once, with furious swiftness. A tracer lashed out, the pilot ray of the rim battery of extraordinarily powerful tractors. Under the urge of those beams, the inertialess ship flashed toward their center of action, which was the geometrical center of the spaceport's deep ray-proof pit. At the same moment, Nelson's scrambler burst into activity, a dome screen against cosmic energy intake and a full circle of super-powered attacking rays. All these things occurred in the twinkling of an eye, and the vessel was being slowed down by the atmosphere of Valantia before her startled commander could even realize that he was being attacked. Only the presence of automatically reacting defensive screens saved that ship from instant destruction, but they did so save it, and in seconds the pirates' every weapon was furiously ablaze. In vain. The defenses of that pit could take it. They were driven by mechanisms easily able to absorb the output of any equipment mountable upon a mobile base, and to his consternation the pirate found that his cosmic energy intake was at, and remained at, 0. He sent out call after call for help but could not make contact with any other pirate station. Ether and subather alike were closed to him. His signals were blanketed completely. Nor could his drivers, even though operating at ruinous overload, move him from the geometrical center of that incandescently flaming pit, so inconceivably rigid were the tractor's clamps upon him. And soon his power began to fail. His vessel, designed to operate upon cosmic energy intake, carried only enough accumulators for stabilization of power flow, an amount ridiculously inadequate for a combat as profligate of energy as this. But strangely enough, as his defense weakened, so lessened the power of the attack. It was no part of the Lensman's plan to destroy this super-dreadnought of the void. That was one good thing about the old Britannia, he gritted as he cut down, step by step, the power of his beams. Nobody could block her off from what power she had. Soon the stored-up energy of the battleship was exhausted, and she lay there quiescent. Then giant pressers went into action, and she was lifted over the wall of the pit to settle down in an open space beside it. Open, but still under the domes of force. Kinnison had no needle rays as yet, the time at his disposal having been sufficient only for the construction of the absolutely essential items of equipment. Now, while he was debating with his fellows as to what part of the vessel to destroy in order to wipe out its crew, the pirates themselves ended the debate. Ports yawned in the vessel's armored side, and they came out fighting. For they were not a breed to die like rats in a trap, and they knew that to remain inside their vessel was to die whenever and however their captors willed. They knew also that die they must if they could not conquer. Their surrender, even if it should be accepted, would mean only a somewhat later death in the lethal chambers of the law. In the open, they could at least take some of their foes with them. Furthermore, not being men as we know men, they had nothing in common with either human beings or Valantians. Both of them were vermin, as they themselves were to the beings manning this surprisingly impregnable fortress here in this waste corner of the galaxy. Therefore, space-hardened veterans all, they fought with the insane ferocity and desperation of the ultimately last stand, but they did not conquer. Instead, and to the last man, they died. As soon as the battle was over, before the interference blanketing the pirates' communicators was cut off, Kinnison went through the captured vessel, destroying the headquarters visiplates and every automatic sender which could transmit any kind of a message to any pirate base. Then the interference was stopped, the domes were released, the ship was removed from the field of operations. Then, while Thorndyke and his reptilian aides, themselves now radio experts of no mean attainments, busied themselves at installing a high-powered scrambler aboard her, Kinnison and Wursel scanned space in search of more prey. Soon they found it, more distant than the first one had been. 2 solar systems away, and in an entirely different direction. Tracers and tractors and interference and domes of force again became the order of the day. Projectors again raved out in their incandescent might, and soon another immense cruiser of the void lay beside her sister ship. Another and another, then, for a long time space was blank. The Lensman then energized his ultra-receiver, pointing his antenna carefully into the galactic line to Helmuth's base, as laid down for him by the Valantian astronomers. Again, so tight and hard was Helmuth's beam, he had to drive his apparatus so unmercifully that the tube noise almost drowned out the signals. But again he was rewarded by hearing faintly the voice of the pirate director of operations. 4 vessels, all within or near one of those 5 solar systems, have ceased communicating, each cessation being accompanied by a period of blanketing interference of a pattern never before registered. You 2 vessels who are receiving these orders are instructed to investigate that region with the utmost care. Go with screens out and everything on the trips, and with automatic recorders set on me here. It is not believed that the patrol has anything to do with this, as ability has been shown transcending anything it has been known to possess. As a working hypothesis, it is assumed that one of those solar systems, hitherto practically unexplored and unknown, is, in reality, the seat of a highly advanced race, which perhaps has taken offense at the attitude or conduct of our first ship to visit them. Therefore proceed with extreme caution, with a thorough spy ray search at extreme range before approaching at all. If you land, use tact and diplomacy instead of the customary tactics. Find out whether our ships and crews have been destroyed or are only being held. And remember, automatic reporters on at all times. Helmuth speaking for Boskone, off. For minutes, Kinnison manipulated his micrometer in vain. He could not get another sound. "What are you trying to get, Kim?" asked Thorndyke. "Wasn't that enough?" The message had been rebroadcast to the minds of the others by Warcell, as fast as it had entered the Lensman's ears. "No, that's only half of it," Kinnison returned. "Helmuth's nobody's fool. He's certainly trying to plot the boundaries of our interference, and I want to see how he's coming out with it. But no dice. He's so far away and his beam's so hard that I can't work him unless he happens to be talking almost directly toward us. Well, it won't be long now until we'll give him some real interference to plot. Now we'll see what we can do about those 2 other ships that are heading this way. On your toes, everybody." Scumstater. Carefully as those 2 ships investigated, and sedulously as they sought to obey Helmuth's instructions, all their precautions amounted to exactly nothing. As ordered, they began a spy ray survey at extreme range, but even at that range, Kinnison's tracers were effective, and those 2 ships also ceased communicating in a blaze of interference. Then recent history repeated itself. The details were changed somewhat, since there were 2 vessels instead of 1, but the pit was of ample size to accommodate 2 ships, and the tractors could hold 2 as well and as rigidly as 1. The conflict was a little longer, the beaming a little hotter and more coruscant, but the ending was the same. Scramblers were quickly installed, and Kinnison addressed his men, already in the ships. "Well, we're about ready to shove off again. Running away has worked twice so far, with very good results, once in the old Britannia and once in the pirates' own ships. It should work again, if we can ring in enough variations on the theme to keep Helmuth guessing a while longer. Maybe if the supply of pirate ships keeps up, we'll be able to make Helmuth furnish us transportation all the way back to base. Here's the idea. We've got 6 ships, and there's enough of us to drive them. Some of the younger Valantians have joined us, in spite of the fact that I've told them the chances are against them ever getting back. Enough of them, in fact, to make up almost full crews of us all. But 6 ships isn't enough of a squadron to fight through the fleets that Helmuth will have organized if we go in a body. So we'll spread out radially, covering thousands of parsecs before we get halfway to base, and broadcasting every watt of interference we can put out all along the way, in as many different shapes and powers as our apparatus will permit. We can't talk to each other, of course, but nothing else can talk anywhere in the same sector of the galaxy either, and that will give us the edge. Each ship will be on its own as we were before in the boats, the big difference being that we'll be in super dreadnoughts instead of lifeboats. Now, Wurzel, if the pirates check up and follow the disturbance, we are going to make sure they won't bother you folks at all. In fact, if they ever succeed in finding the center of that interference, there will be nothing there except empty space. But if they don't follow us, and Helmuth is apt to insist upon a thorough study of this region before he does anything else, you folks are due for an inspection, and the next inspection will mean a real battle instead of a slaughter. The first spy ray will reveal this stuff here, but I don't suppose you want to hide it or destroy it. We do not, the Valantian replied positively. Let them come in whatever force they care to bring. The more that attack here, the less there will be to halt your progress. This armament represents the best of that possessed by both your patrol and the pirates, with improvements developed by your scientists and ours in full cooperation. We understand thoroughly its construction, operation, and maintenance. You may rest assured that the pirates will never levy tribute upon us, and that any pirate visiting this system will remain in it permanently. At a snake, Wurzel, long may you wiggle, Kinnison exclaimed. Then, more seriously, maybe after this is all over I'll see you again sometime. If not, goodbye. Goodbye, all Valantia, all set, boys. Clear ether and light landings to you all. Blast off. 6 ships, once pirate craft, now vessels of the Galactic Patrol, hurled themselves into and through Valantian air, into and through interplanetary space, out into the larger, wider, more unobstructed emptiness of the interstellar void. 6, each broadcasting with prodigious power and volume, an all-inclusive interference through which no pirate communicator or visiray beam could possibly be driven. 9. Kim Kinnison sat at his controls, smoking a rare, festive cigarette and smiling, at peace with the entire universe. For this new picture was in every element a different one from the old. Instead of being in a pitifully weak and defenseless lifeboat, skulking and hiding, he was in one of the most powerful battleships afloat, driving boldly at full blast almost directly toward home. Instead of only 2, the patrolmen were now 3 in number, and Laverne Thorndyke, master technician, was a telling addition to their force. Also, they had under them almost a normal crew of alert and highly trained Valantians. Best of all, the enemy, instead of being a close-knit group, keeping Helmuth informed moment by moment of the situation and instantly responsive to his orders, were now entirely out of communication with each other and with their headquarters, groping helplessly. Literally, as well as figuratively, the pirates were in the dark, the absolute blackness of interstellar space. Then Thorndyke entered the room, frowning slightly. "You look like the fabled Cheshire Cat, Kim," he remarked. "I hate to spoil such perfect bliss, but I'm here to tell you that we ain't out of the woods yet by 7,000 rows of trees." "Maybe not," the Lensman returned blithely, "but compared to the jam we were in a while ago, we're not only sitting on top of the world, we're perched right on the exact apex of the universe. They can't send or receive reports or orders, and they can't communicate. Even their detectors are mighty lame. You know how far they can get on electromagnetic detectors and visual apparatus. Furthermore, there isn't an identification number, symbol, or name on the outside of this buzz buggy. If it ever had one, the friction and attrition have worn it off, cleared down to the armor. What can happen that we can't cope with? These engines can happen, the technician responded bluntly. The Bergenholm is developing a meter jump that I don't like a little bit. Does she knock? Or even tick? Demanded Kinnison. Not yet, Thorndyke confessed reluctantly. How big a jump? Pretty near 2,000ths maximum, average 1,000.5. That's hardly a wiggle on the recorder line. Drivers run for months with bigger jumps than that. Yeah, drivers. But of all the troubles anybody ever had with Bergenholms, a meter kick was never one of them, and that's what's got me guessing as to the whichness of the why. I'm not trying to scare you, yet. I'm just telling you. The machine referred to was the neutralizer of inertia, the sine qua non of interstellar speed, and it was not to be wondered at that the slightest irregularity in its performance was to the technician a matter of grave concern. Day after day passed, however, and the huge converter continued to function, taking in and sending out its wonted torrents of power. It developed not even a tick, and the meter jump did not grow worse. And during those days they put an inconceivable distance behind them. During all this time their visual instruments remained blank. To all optical apparatus, space was empty, save for the normal tenancy of celestial bodies. From time to time, something invisible or beyond the range of vision registered upon one of the electromagnetic detectors, but so slow were these instruments that nothing came of their signals. In fact, by the time the warnings were recorded, the objects causing the disturbances were probably far astern. One day, however, the Bergenholm quit, cold. There was no laboring, no knocking, no heating up, no warning at all. One instant the ship was speeding along in free flight, the next she was lying inert in space. She was practically motionless, for any possible velocity built up by inert acceleration is scarcely a crawl as free space speeds go. Then the whole crew labored like mad. As soon as they had the massive covers off, Thorndyke scanned the interior of the machine and turned to Kinnison. "I think we can patch her up, but it'll take quite a while. Maybe you'd be of more use in the control room. This ain't quite as safe as a church, is it, lying here inert? Most of the stuff is on automatic trip, but maybe I'd better keep an eye on things at that. Let me know occasionally how you're getting along." And the lensman went back to his controls, none too soon, for one pirate ship was already beaming him viciously. Only the fact that his defensive armament was upon its automatic trips had saved the stolen battleship from practically instantaneous destruction. As Kinnison had already remarked more than once, Helmuth was far from being a fool, and that new and amazingly effective blanketing of his every means of communication was a problem whose solution was of paramount importance. Almost every available ship had been for days upon the fringe of that interference, observing and reporting continuously. So rapidly was it moving, however, so peculiar was its apparent shape, and so contradictory were the directional readings obtained, that Helmuth's computers had been baffled. Then Kinnison's Bergenholm failed, and his ship went inert. In a space of minutes the location of one center of interference was known. Its coordinates were determined, and half a dozen warships were ordered to rush that spot. The raider first to arrive had signaled, visually and audibly, then, obtaining no response, had anchored with a tractor and had loosed his bolts. Nor would the result have been different had everyone aboard, instead of no one, been in the control room at the time of the signaling. Kinnison could have read the messages, but neither he nor anyone else then aboard the erstwhile pirate craft could have answered them in kind. Soon the two spaceships attacking the turncoat became 3, then 4, and still the lensman sat unworried at his board. His meters showed no overload. His noble craft was easily taking everything her sister ships could send. Then Thorndyke stepped into the room, no longer a natty officer of space. Instead, he was stripped to sweat-soaked undershirt and overalls. He was covered with grease and grime, and what of his thickly smeared face was visible was almost haggard with fatigue. He opened his mouth to say something, then snapped it shut as his eye was caught by a flaring visiplate. "Holy jumping rockets!" he exclaimed. "At us already! Why didn't you yell?" "How much good would that have done?" Kinnison wanted to know. "Of course, if I had known that you were loafing on the job and could have snapped it up a little, I would have." But there's no particular hurry about this. It'll take more than 4 of them to break us down, and I was hoping that before they can overload us, you'd have us traveling. What was on your mind? I came up here, 1, to tell you that we're ready to blast, 2, to suggest that you hit her easy at first, and 3, to ask if you know where there's any grease soap. But you can cancel 2 and 3. We don't want to play around with these boys much longer. They play too rough, and I ain't going to wash up until I see whether she holds together or not. Blast away, and won't those guys be surprised? I'll say so. We were too when the Valantians showed us how to compute a screen that would cut a tractor like so much cheese. Here she goes. The Lensman twirled a couple of knobs, then punched down hard upon 3 buttons. As he did so, the flaring plates became dark. They were again alone in space. To the dumbfounded pirates, inert as they were and with their supposedly unbreakable tractors locked in full grip, it was as though their prey had slipped off into the 4th dimension. Their tractors gripped nothing whatever. Their ravening beams bored unimpeded through the space occupied an instant before by resisting screens. They did not know what had happened or how, and, being deep in the field of interference, they could neither report to nor be guided by the mastermind of Boskone. For minutes Thorndyke, Van Buskirk, and Kinnison waited tensely, for they knew not what would happen, but nothing happened, and the tension gradually relaxed. What was the matter with it? Kinnison asked finally. Overloaded, was Thorndyke's terse reply. Overloaded. Hooey, snapped the Lensman. How could they overload a Bergenholm? And even if they could, why in all the 9 hells of Valeria would they want to? They could do it easily enough, in just the way they did do it, by banking accumulators onto it in series parallel. As to why, I'll let you do the guessing. With no load on the Bergenholm, you've got full inertia. With full load, you've got 0 inertia. You can't go any farther. It looks just plain dumb to me. But then, I think all pirates are short. A few jets somewhere. If they weren't, they wouldn't be pirates. I don't know whether you're right or not. Hope so, but afraid not. Personally, I don't believe these folks are pirates at all, in the ordinary sense of the word. Huh, what are they then? Piracy implies similarity of culture, I would think, the Lensman said thoughtfully. Ordinary pirates are usually renegades, deficient somehow, as you suggested, rebelling against a constituted authority which they themselves have at one time acknowledged, and of which they are still afraid. That pattern doesn't fit into this matrix at all, anywhere. So what? Now I say hooey's right back at you. Anyway, why worry about it? Not worrying about it exactly, but somebody has got to do some thinking about it, or else— I don't like to think it makes my head ache, interrupted Van Buskirk. Besides, we're getting away from the Bergenholm. You'll get a real headache there. Kinnison laughed, because I'll bet a good Tellurian beefsteak that the pirates were trying to set up a negative inertia when they overloaded the Bergenholm, and thinking about that state of matter is enough to make anybody's head ache. I knew that some of the dippier PhDs in higher mechanics have been speculating about it, Thorndyke offered, but it can't be done that way, can it? Nor any other way that anybody has tried yet, and if such a thing is possible, the results may prove really startling. But you two had better shove off. You're dead from the neck up. The Berg's spinning like a top, as smooth as that much green velvet. You'll find a can of soap in my locker, I think. Maybe she'll hold together long enough for us to get some sleep. The technician eyed a meter dubiously, although its needle was not wavering a hair's breadth from the green line. But I'll tell the cockeyed universe that that was a jury rigging we gave it, if there ever was one. You can't depend on it for an hour until after it's been pulled and gone over, and that, you know as well as I do, takes a real shop with plenty of equipment. If you take my advice, you'll sit down somewhere while you can, and as soon as you can. That Bergenholm is in bad shape, believe me. We can hold her together for a while by main strength and awkwardness, But before very long, she's going out for keeps. And when she goes out, you don't want to find yourself 50 years from a machine shop instead of 50 minutes. I'll say not, the Lensman agreed. But on the other hand, we don't want those birds jumping us the minute we land either. Let's see, where are we? And where are the bases? Sector bases are white rings, you know. Subsector bases red stars, 3 heads bent over charts. The nearest red star marker seems to be in System 241-1637, Kinnison finally announced. Don't know the name of the planet, never been there, and... Too far, interrupted Thorndyke. We'll never make it. Might as well try direct for Prime Base on Tellus. If you can't find a red closer than that, look for an orange or a yellow. Bases of any kind seem to be scarce out here, the Lensman commented. Wish they had scattered them around a little thicker. Here's a violet star, but that wouldn't help us, just an outpost. Guess that purple one there's our best bet, concluded Thorndyke. It's probably several breakdowns away, but maybe we can make it if we have to. Purples are pretty low-grade spaceports, but they've got tools anyway. What's the name of it, Kim, or is it only a number? It's that very famous planet, Trenko, the Lensman announced, after looking up the reference numbers in the atlas. Trenko, exclaimed Thorndyke in disgust. The nuttiest, dopiest, wooziest planet in the galaxy. We would draw something like that to sit down on for repairs, wouldn't we? Well, I'm on minus time for sleep. Call me if we go inert before I wake up, will you? I sure will, and I'll try to figure out a way of getting down to ground without bringing all the pirates in space along with us. Then Thorndyke and Van Buskirk slept, Kinnison planned, and the mighty Bergenholm continued to hold the vessel inertialess. In fact, all 3 men were thoroughly rested and refreshed before the expected breakdown came, and when it did come, they were more or less prepared for it. The delay was not sufficiently long to enable the pirates to find them again. The sweating, grunting, swearing engineers made one seemingly impossible repair after another by dint of what dodge, improvisation, and makeshift only the fertile brain of Laverne Thorndyke ever did know. The master technician, one of the keenest and most highly trained engineers of the whole Solarian system, was not used to working with his hands. Although young in years, he was wont to use only his head in directing the labors and the energies of others. Nevertheless, he was now working like a stevedore. He was permanently grimy and greasy. Their 1 can of mechanic soap had been used up long since. His fingernails were black and broken. His hands and face were burned, blistered, and cracked. His muscles ached and shrieked at the unaccustomed effort, until now they were on the build. But through it all, he had stuck uncomplainingly, even buoyantly, to his task. One day, during an interlude of free flight, he strode into the control room and glanced at the course-plotting goniometer, then stared into the tank. Still on the original course, I see. Have you get anything doped out yet? Nothing very good. That's why I'm staying on this course until we reach the point closest to Trenko. I figured until my alleged brain back fired on me, and here's all I can get. I've been shrinking and expanding our interference zone, changing its shape as much as I could with reflectors, and cutting it off entirely now and then to cross up their surveyors as much as I could. When we come to the jumping-off place, we'll simply cut off everything that is sending out traceable vibrations. The Berg will have to run, of course, but it doesn't radiate much, and we can ground out practically all of that. The drive is the bad feature. It looks as though we'll have to cut down to where we can ground out the radiation. How about the flare? Thorndyke took the inevitable slide rule from a pocket of his overalls and began to work it. I've already had the Valantians build us some baffles. We've got lots of spare tantalum, tungsten, carbaloy, and refractory, you know, just in case we should want to use them. Radiation, detection, decrement, cosine squared theta. call it .0038, the engineer mumbled, operating his calculator. We'll have to cut down to about 10 or 12 lights. Mighty slow, but we would get there sometime. Maybe. Now, about the baffles. And he went into another bout with his slide rule, during which could be distinguished a few such words as temperature, inert corpuscles, velocity, fusion point, Weinberger's constant. Weinberger's constant. Then he said, "It figures that at about 14 lights your baffles go out. Pretty close check with the radiation limit. QX, I guess. But I shudder to think of what we may have to do to that Bergenholm to hold it together that long." "It's not so hot. I don't think much of the scheme myself," admitted Kinnison frankly. "Probably you can think up something better before—" "Who? Me? What with?" Thorndyke interrupted with a laugh. "Looks to me like our best bet. Anyway, ain't you the mastermind of this outfit?" Blast off. Thus it came about that long later, the Lensman cut off his interference, cut off his driving power, cut off every mechanism whose operation generated vibrations which would reveal to enemy detectors the location of his cruiser. Space-suited mechanics emerged from the stern lock and fitted over the still white-hot vents of the driving projectors the baffles they had previously built. It is, of course, well known that all ships of space are propelled by the inert projection, by means of high-potential static fields of nascent fourth-order particles, or corpuscles, which are formed inert inside the inertialess projector, by the conversion of some form of energy into matter. This conversion liberates some heat and a vast amount of light. This light, or flare, shining as it does directly upon and through the highly tenuous gas formed by the projected corpuscles, makes of a speeding spaceship one of the most gorgeous spectacles known to man, and it was this very spectacular effect that Kinnison and his crew must do away with if their bold scheme was to have any chance at all of success. The baffles were in place. Now, instead of shooting out in telltale luminescence, the light was shut in, but so, alas, was approximately 3% of the heat, and the generation of heat must be cut down to a point at which the radiation equilibrium temperature of the baffles would be below the point of fusion of the refractories of which they were composed. This would cut down their speed tremendously, but, on the other hand, they were practically safe from detection and would reach Trenco eventually if the Bergenholm held out. Of course, there was still the chance of visual or electromagnetic detection, but that chance was vanishingly small. The proverbial task of finding a needle in a haystack would be an easy one indeed, compared to that of seeing in a telescope or upon visiplate or magnaplate a dead black lightless ship in the infinity of space. No, the Bergenholm was their their only concern, and the engineers lavished upon that monstrous fabrication of metal a devotion to which could be likened only that of a corps of nurses attending the ailing baby of a multimillionaire. This concentration of attention did get results. The engineers still found it necessary to sweat and to grunt and to swear, but they did somehow keep the thing running most of the time. Nor were they detected then, for the attention of the pirate high command was very much taken up with that fast-moving, that ever-expanding, that peculiarly fluctuating volume of interference, utterly enigmatic as it was, and impenetrable to their very instrument of communication. Its center was moving toward the Solarian system. In that system was the prime base of the Galactic Patrol. Therefore, it was the Lensman's work. Undoubtedly the same Lensman who had conquered one of their superships and, after having learned its every secret, had escaped in a lifeboat through the fine meshed net set to catch him. And, piling Ossa upon Pelion, this same Lensman must have, captured ship after unconquerable ship of their best, and was even now sailing calmly home with them. therefore using as tools every pirate ship in that sector of space. Helmuth and his computers and navigators were slowly but grimly solving the equations of motion of that volume of interference. Smaller and smaller became the uncertainties. Then ship after ship bored into the subethereal murk to match course and velocity with, and ultimately to come to grips with, each focus of disturbance as it was determined. Thus, in a sense, and although Kinnison and his friends did not then know it, it was only the failure of the Bergenholm that was to save their lives, and with those lives our present civilization. Slowly, haltingly, and, for reasons already given, undetected, Kinnison made pitiful progress toward Trenko, impatiently cursing his ship, the crippled generator, its designer, and its previous operators as he went. But at long last, Trenko loomed large beneath them, and the lensman used his lens. "Lensman of Trenko spaceport, or any other lensman within call," he sent out clearly. "Kinnison of Tellus, Sol 3, calling. My Bergenholm is almost out, and I must sit down at Trenko spaceport for repairs. I have avoided the pirates so far, but they may be either behind me or ahead of me, or both. What is the situation there? I fear that I can be of no help," came back a weak thought, without the customary identification. "I am out of control. However, Dragon C is in the Kinnison felt a poignant, unbearably agonizing mental impact that jarred him to the very core, a shock that, while of sledgehammer force, was still of such a keenly penetrant timbre that it almost exploded every cell of his brain. Communication ceased, and the lensman knew, with a sick, shuddering certainty, that while in the very act of talking to him, a lensman had died. X. Judged by any earthly standards, the planet Trenko was, and is, a peculiar one indeed. Its atmosphere, which is not air, and its liquid, which is not water, are its two outstanding peculiarities and the sources of most of its others. Almost half of that atmosphere, and by far the greater part of the liquid phase of the planet, is a substance of extremely low latent heat of vaporization, with a boiling point such that during the daytime it is a vapor, and at night a liquid. To make matters worse, the other constituents of Trenko's gaseous envelope are of very feeble blanketing power, low specific heat, and of high permeability, so that its days are intensely hot and its nights are bitterly cold. At night, therefore, it rains. Words are entirely inadequate to describe to anyone who has never been there just how it does rain during Trenko's nights. Upon Earth, 1 inch of rainfall in an hour is a terrific downpour. Upon Trenko, that amount of precipitation would scarcely be considered a mist, for along the equatorial belt in less than 13 Tellurian hours it rains exactly 47 feet and 5 inches every night, no more and no less each and every night of every year. Also there is lightning. Not in terror's occasional flashes, but in one continuous blinding glare which makes night as we know it unknown there. In nerve-wracking, battering, sense-destroying discharges which make ether and subather alike impenetrable to any ray or signal short of a full-driven power beam. The days are practically as bad. The lightning is not so violent then, but the bombardment of Trenko's monstrous sun through that outlandishly peculiar atmosphere produces almost the same effect. Because of the difference in pressure set up by the enormous precipitation, always and everywhere upon Trenko there is wind, and what a wind! And what a wind! Except at the very poles, where it is too cold for even Trenconian life to exist, there is hardly a spot in which, or a time at which, an earthy gale would not be considered a dead calm, and along the equator at every sunrise and at every sunset the wind blows from the day side to the night side at the rate of a trifle over 800 miles an hour. Through countless thousands of years, wind and wave have planed and scoured the planet Trenko to a geometrically perfect oblate spheroid. It has no elevations and no depressions. Nothing fixed in an earthly sense grows or exists upon its surface. No structure has ever been built there, able to stay in one place through one whole day of the cataclysmic meteorological phenomena which constitute the natural Trenconian environment. Less. There live upon Trenco two types of vegetation, each type having innumerable subdivisions. One type sprouts in the mud of the morning, flourishes flatly by dint of deeply sent and powerful roots during the wind and the heat of the day, comes to full fruit in late afternoon, and at sunset dies and is swept away by the flood. The other type is free-floating. Some of its genera are remotely like footballs, others resemble tumbleweeds, still others thistledown. Hundreds of others have not their remotest counterparts upon earth. Essentially, however, they are alike in habits of life. They can sink in the water of Trenco, they can burrow in its mud, from which they derive part of their sustenance. They can emerge therefrom into the sunlight. They can, undamaged, float in or roll along before the ever-present Trenconian wind, and they can enwrap, entangle, or otherwise seize and hold anything with which they come in contact, which by any chance may prove edible. Animal life, too, while abundant and diverse, is characterized by three qualities. From lower to very highest, it is amphibious, it is streamlined, and it is omnivorous. Life upon Trenco is hard, and any form of life to evolve there must of stern necessity be willing, yes, even anxious, to eat literally anything available. And for that reason all surviving forms of life, vegetable and animal, have a voracity and a fecundity almost unknown anywhere else in the galaxy. Thionite, the noxious drug referred to earlier in this narrative, is the sole reason for Trenco's galactic importance. As chlorophyll is to earthly vegetation, so is thionite to that of Trenco. Trenco is the only planet thus far known upon which this substance occurs, nor have our scientists even yet been able either to analyze or to synthesize it. Thionite is capable of affecting only those races who breathe oxygen and possess warm blood, red with hemoglobin. However, the planets peopled by such races are legion, and very shortly after the drug's discovery, hordes of addicts, smugglers, peddlers, and out-and-out pirates were rushing toward the new bonanza. Thousands of these adventurers died, either from each other's ray guns or under an avalanche of hungry Trenconian life. But, thionite being what it is, thousands more kept coming. Also came the patrol, to curb the evil traffic at its source by beaming down ruthlessly any being attempting to gather any Trenconian vegetation. Thus, between the patrol and the drug syndicate there rages a bitterly continuous battle to the death. Arrayed against both factions is the massed life of the noisome planet, omnivorous as it is, eternally ravenous, and of an individual power and ferocity, and a collective aggregate of numbers, none of which is to be despised. And eternally raging against all these contending parties are the wind, the lightning, the rain, the flood, and the hellish vibratory output of Trenco's enormous, malignant, blue-white sun. This, then, was the planet upon which Kinnison had to land in order to repair his crippled Bergen home, and in the end how well it was to be that such was the case. Kinnison of Tellus, greetings. Tregan C. of Rigel, calling from Trenco spaceport. Have you ever landed on this planet before? No, but what? What? Skip that for a time. It is most important that you land here quickly and safely. Where are you in relation to this planet? Your apparent diameter is a shade under 6 degrees. We are near the plane of your ecliptic and almost in the plane of your terminator, on the morning side. That is well. You have ample time. Place your ship between Trenco and the sun. Enter the atmosphere exactly 15 GP minutes from, check, at 20 degrees after meridian, as nearly as possible on the ecliptic, which is also our equator. Go inert as you enter atmosphere, for a free landing upon this planet is impossible. Synchronize with our rotation, which is 26.2 GP hours. Descend vertically until the atmospheric pressure is 700 millimeters of mercury, which will be at an altitude of approximately 1,000 meters. Since you rely largely upon that sense called sight, allow me to caution you now not to trust it. When your external pressure is 700 millimeters of mercury, your altitude will be 1,000 meters, whether you believe it or not. Stop at that pressure and inform me of the fact, meanwhile holding yourself as nearly stationary as you can. Check so far? But do you mean to tell me that we can't locate each other at 1,000 meters? Kinnison's amazed thought escaped him. What kind of— I can locate you, but you cannot locate me, came the dry reply. Everyone knows that Trenko is peculiar, but no one who has never been here can realize even dimly how peculiar it really is. Detectors and spy rays are useless, electromagnetics are practically paralyzed, and optical apparatus is distinctly unreliable. You cannot trust your vision here. Do not believe all that you see. It used to require days to land a ship at this port. But with our lenses and my sense of perception, as you call it, it will be a matter of minutes. Kinnison had flashed his ship to the designated position. Cut the berg, Thorndyke, we're all done with it. I've got to build up an inert velocity to match the rotation, and land inert. Thanks be to all the gods of space for that. The engineer heaved a sigh of relief. I've been expecting it to blow its top for the last hour, and I don't know whether we'd ever have got it meshed in again or not. QX on location and orbit, Kinnison reported to the as-yet invisible spaceport a few minutes later. Now, what about that Lensman? What happened? The usual thing, came the emotionless response. It happens to altogether too many lensmen who can see in spite of everything we can tell them. He insisted upon going out after his Zwilniks in a ground car, and, of course, we had to let him go. He became confused, lost control, let something, possibly a Zwilnik's bomb, get under his leading edge, and the wind and the Trenkos did the rest. He was Lagaston of Mercator V, a good man, too. What is the pressure now? 500 millimeters. Slow down. Now, if you cannot conquer the tendency to believe your eyes, you had better shut off your visiplates and watch only the pressure gauge. Being warned, I can disbelieve my eyes, I think. For a minute or so, communication ceased. At a startled oath from Van Buskirk, Kinnison glanced into the plate. It needed all his self-control to keep from wrenching savagely at the controls. For the whole planet was tipping, lurching, spinning, gyrating madly in a frenzy of impossible motions. "Sheer off, Kim!" yelled the Valerian. "Hold it, Bus," cautioned the Lensman. "That's what we've got to expect, you know. I passed all the stuff along as I got it. Everything, that is, except that a Zwilnik is anything or anybody that comes after thionite, and that a Trenko is anything, animal or vegetable, that lives on the planet. QX, Tregan C, 700, and I'm holding steady, I hope. Steady enough, but you are too far away for our landing bars. Direct a thought, rotating the prime axis of your lens while inclining it somewhat downward. Stop. Mark that line on your circles. Now think of the alignment of your ship in relation to that line. Swing your prow away from that line, clear around to approach it from the other side. Slow, hold it. Apply normal acceleration. Car. In a few minutes the crew felt a gentle snubbing shock, and Kinnison again translated to his companions the stranger's thoughts. "We have grasped you with our landing bars. Cut off all your power and set all controls in neutral. Do nothing more until I instruct you to come out." Kinnison obeyed, and, released from all duty, the three visitors stared in fascinated incredulity into the visiplate. For that at which they stared was and must forever remain impossible of duplication upon earth, and only in imagination can it be even faintly pictured. Imagine all the fantastic and monstrous creatures of a delirium. Tremon's vision, incarnate and actual. Imagine them being hurled through the air, borne by a dust-laden gale more severe than any the great American Dust Bowl or Africa's Sahara Desert ever endured. Imagine this scene as being viewed, not in an ordinary, solid, distorting mirror, but in one whose falsely reflecting contours were changing constantly, with no logical or intelligible rhythm, into new and ever more grotesque warps. If imagination has been equal to the task, the resultant is what the three patrolmen tried to see. At first they could make nothing whatever of it. Upon nearer approach, however, the ghastly distortion grew less, and the flatly level expanse of sun-baked mud took on a semblance of rigidity. Directly beneath them they made out something that looked like an immense, flat blister upon the otherwise featureless terrain. Their ship was drawn toward this blister. A port opened, dwarfed in apparent size to a mere window by the immensity of the structure. Through this port the vast bulk of the spaceship was wafted upon the landing bars, and behind it the mighty bronze and steel gates clanged shut. The lock was pumped to a vacuum. There was a hiss of entering air. A spray of vaporous liquid bathed every inch of the vessel's surface, and Kinnison felt again the calm voice of Tregan C., the Rigelian Lensman. "You may now open your airlock and emerge. If I have read aright, our atmosphere is sufficiently like your own in oxygen content, so that you will suffer no ill effects from it. It may be well, however, to wear your armor until you have become accustomed to its considerably greater density." "That'll be a relief," growled Van Buskirk's deep bass when his chief had transmitted the thought. "I've been breathing this thin stuff so long I'm getting lightheaded." "That's gratitude," Thorndyke retorted. "We've been running our air so heavy that all the rest of us are thick-headed now. If the air in this spaceport is any heavier than what we've been having, I'm going to wear armor as long as we stay here." Kinnison had opened the airlock, found the atmosphere of the spaceport satisfactory, and now stepped out to be greeted cordially by Tregan C., the Lensman. This apparition was at least erect, which was something. His body was the size and shape of an oil drum. Beneath this massive cylinder of a body were 4 short, blocky legs upon which he waddled about with surprising speed. Midway up the body, above each leg, there sprouted out a 10-foot-long, writhing, boneless, tentacular arm, which toward the extremity branched out into dozens of lesser tentacles, ranging in size from hair-like tendrils up to mighty fingers 2 inches or more in diameter. Tregancy's head was merely a necklace, immobile, bulging dome in the center of the flat upper surface of his body, a dome bearing neither eyes nor ears, but only 4 equally spaced, toothless mouths and 4 single, flaring nostrils. But Kinnison felt no qualm of repugnance at Tregancy's monstrous appearance, for embedded in the leathery flesh of one arm was the lens. Here, the Lensman knew, was in every essential a man, and probably a superman. "Welcome to Trenco, Kinnison of Tellus," Tregancy was saying. "While we are near neighbors in space, I have never happened to visit your planet. I have encountered Tellurians here, of course, but they were not of a type to be received as guests." "No, a Zwilnik is not a high type of Tellurian," Kinnison agreed. "I have often wished that I could have your sense of perception, if only for a day. It must be wonderful indeed to be able to perceive a thing as a whole, inside and out, instead of having vision stopped at its surface, as is ours. And to be independent of light or darkness, never to be lost or in need of instruments, to know definitely where you are in relation to every other object or thing around you. That, I think, is the most marvelous sense in the universe. Just as I have wished for sight and hearing, those two remarkable and to us entirely unexplainable senses. I have dreamed, I have studied volumes on color and sound, color in art and in nature, sound in music and in the voices of loved ones, but they remain meaningless symbols upon a printed page. However, such thoughts are vain. In all probability, neither of us would enjoy the other's equipment if he had it, and this interchange is of no material assistance to you. In flashing thoughts, Kinnison then communicated to the other Lensman everything that had transpired since he left Prime Base. "I perceive that your Bergenome is of Standard 14 rating," Tregency said, as the Tellurian finished his story. "We have several spares here, and while they all have regulation patrol mountings, it would take much less time to change mounts than to overhaul your machine." "That's so too. I never thought of the possibility of your having spare machines, and we've lost a lot of time already. How long will it take?" "One night of labor to change mounts, at least 8 to rebuild yours, enough to be sure that it will get you home. We'll change mounts then, by all means. I'll call the boys." "There is no need of that. We are amply equipped, and neither of you humans nor the Valantians could handle our tools." Tregency made no visible motion, nor could Kinnison perceive a break in his thought, but while he was conversing with the Tellurian, half a dozen of his blocky Rigelians had dropped whatever they had been doing and were scuttling toward the visiting ship. "Now I must leave you for a time, as I have one more trip to make this afternoon." "Is there anything I can do to help you?" asked Kinnison. "No," came the definite negative. "I will return in 3 hours, as well before sunset the wind makes it impossible to get even a ground car into the port. I will then show you why you can be of little assistance to us." Kinnison spent those 3 hours watching the Rigelians work upon the Bergenholm. There was no need for direction or advice. They knew what to do, and they did it. Those tiny, hair-like fingers, literally hundreds of them at once, performed delicate tasks with surpassing nicety and dispatch. When it came to heavy tasks, the larger digits or even whole arms wrapped themselves around the work and, with the solid bracing of the 4 block-like legs, exerted forces that even Van Buskirk's giant frame could not have approached. As the end of the 3rd hour neared, Kinnison watched with a spy ray. There were no windows in the Trenko spaceport, the leeward groundway of the structure. In spite of the weird antics of Trenko's sun, gyrating, jumping, appearing and disappearing, he knew that it was going down. Soon he saw the ground car coming in, scuttling crabwise, nose into the wind but actually moving backward and sidewise. Although the seeing was very poor, at this close range the distortion was minimized, and he could see that, like its parent craft, the ground car was in the shape of a blister. Its edges actually touched the ground all around, sloping upward and over the top in such a smooth reverse curve that the harder the wind blew, the more firmly was the vehicle pressed downward. The ground flap came up just enough to clear the car's top, and the tiny craft crept up. But before the landing bars could seize her, the ground car struck an eddy from the flap, an eddy in a medium which, although gaseous, was at that velocity practically solid. Earth blasted away in torrents from the leading edge. The car leaped bodily into the air and was flung away, end over end. But Tregency, with consummate craftsmanship, forced her flat again, and again she crawled up toward the flap. This time the landing bars took hold, and although the little vessel fluttered like a leaf in a gale, she was drawn inside the port, and the flap went down behind her. She was then sprayed, and Tregency came out. "Why the spray?" thought Kinnison as the Rigelian entered his control room. "Trenkos." Much of the life of this planet starts from almost imperceptible spores. It develops rapidly, attains considerable size, and consumes anything organic it touches. This port was depopulated time after time before the lethal spray was developed. Now turn your spy ray again to the lee of the port. During the few minutes that had elapsed, the wind had increased in fury to such an extent that the very ground was boiling away from the trailing edge in the tumultuous eddy formed there, ultra-streamlined though the spaceport was. And that eddy, far surpassing in violence any storm known to Earth, was to the denizens of Trenco a miraculously appearing quiet spot in which they could stop and rest, eat and be eaten. A globular monstrosity had thrust pseudopodia deep into the boiling dirt. Other limbs now shot out, grasping a tumbleweed-like growth. The latter fought back viciously, but could make no impression upon the rubbery integument of the former. Then a smaller creature, slipping down the polished curve of the shield, was enmeshed by the tumbleweed. There ensued the amazing spectacle of one half of the tumbleweed devouring the newcomer, even while its other half was being devoured by the globe. "Now look out farther, still farther," directed Tregency. "I can't. Things take on impossible motions and become so distorted as to be unrecognizable." "Exactly. If you saw Zwilnik out there, where would you shoot?" "At him, I suppose. Why?" "Because if you shot at where you think you see him, not only would you miss him, but the ray might very well swing around and enter your own back. Many men have been killed by their own weapons in precisely that fashion. Since we know not only what the object is, but exactly where it is, we can correct our beams for the then existing values of distortion. This is, of course, the reason why we Rigelians and other races possessing the sense of perception are the only ones who can efficiently police this planet. Reason enough, I'd say, from what I've seen." Silence fell. For minutes the two lensmen watched, while creatures of 100 kinds streamed into the lee of the spaceport and killed and ate each other. Finally, something came crawling upwind against that unimaginable gale, a flatly streamlined creature somewhat resembling a turtle, but shaped as was the ground car. Thrusting down long, hooked flippers into the dirt, it inched along, paying no attention to the scores of lesser creatures who hurled themselves upon its armored back until it was close beside the largest football-shaped creature in the eddy. Then, lightning-like, it drove a needle-sharp organ at least 8 inches into the leathery mass of its victim. Struggling convulsively, the stricken thing lifted the turtle a fraction of an inch, and both were hurled instantly out of sight, the living ball still eating a luscious bit of soil. "Good Lord, what was that?" exclaimed Kinnison. "The flat. That was a representative of Trenco's highest life form. It may develop a civilization in time. It is quite intelligent now." "But the difficulties," protested the Tellurian. "Building cities, even homes, and neither cities nor homes are necessary nor even desirable here. Why build? Nothing is or can be fixed on this planet, and since one place is exactly like every other place, why wish to remain in any one particular spot? They do very well, in their own mobile way. Here, you will notice, comes the rain. The rain cane, 44 inches per hour of rain, and the lightning. Such rain and such lightning must be seen to be even dimly appreciated. There is no use in attempting to describe the indescribable, the dirt, gouts, and masses. The water grew deeper and deeper, its upper surface now whipped into frantic sheets of spray. The structure was now afloat, and Kinnison saw with astonishment that, small as was the exposed surface and flatly curved, yet it was pulling through the water at frightful speed, the wide-spreading steel sea anchors which were holding its head to the gale. "With no reference points, how do you know where you're going?" he demanded. "We know not, nor care," responded Tregency with a mental shrug. "We are like the natives in that. Since one spot is like every other spot, why choose between them? What a world! What a world! However, I am beginning to understand why thionite is so expensive. And, Overwhelmed by the ever-increasing fury raging outside, Kinnison sought his bunk. Morning came, a reversal of the previous evening. The liquid evaporated, the mud dried, the flat-growing vegetation sprang up with shocking speed, the animals emerged and again ate and were eaten. And eventually came Tregency's announcement that it was noon, and that now, for an hour or so, it would be calm enough for the spaceship to leave the port. "You are sure that I would be of no help to you?" asked the Rigelian half-pleadingly. "Sorry, Tregency, but you would fit into my matrix just as I would into yours here. But here's the spool I told you about. If you will take it to your base on your next relief, you will do civilization and the patrol more good than you could by coming with us. Thanks for the Bergenome, which is covered by credits, and thanks a lot for your help and courtesy, which can't be covered. Goodbye." The now entirely space-worthy craft shot out through the port, through Trenko's noxiously peculiar atmosphere, into the vacuum of space. 11. Shapley holds that these star clusters, under the gravitative control of the larger system, vibrate back and forth through the galaxy. Fath, Elements of Astronomy, p. 2097. At some distance from the galaxy, yet shackled to it by the flexible yet powerful bonds of gravitation, the small but comfortable planet upon which was Helmuth's base circled about its parent sun. This planet had been chosen with the utmost care, and its location was a secret guarded jealously indeed. Scarcely 1 in a million of Boskone's teeming millions knew even that such a planet existed, and of the chosen few who had ever been asked to visit it, fewer still by far had been allowed to leave it. Grand Base covered hundreds of square miles of that planet's surface. It was equipped with all the arms and armament known to the military genius of the age, and in the exact center of that immense citadel there arose a glittering metallic dome. The inside surface of that dome was lined with visiplates and communicators, hundreds of thousands of them. Miles of catwalks clung precariously to the inward curving wall. Control panels and instrument boards covered the floor in banks and tiers with only narrow runways between them. And what a personnel! There were Solarians, Kravenians, Syrians. There were Antarians, Vandemarians, Arcturians. There were representatives of scores, yes, hundreds of other solar systems of the galaxy. But whatever their external form, they were all breathers of oxygen, and they were all nourished by warm red blood. Also, they were all alike mentally. Each had won his present high place by trampling down those beneath him, and by pulling down those above him in the branch to which he had first belonged of the pirate organization. Kinnison had been eminently correct in his belief that Boskone's was not a pirate outfit in any ordinary sense of the word, but even his ideas of its true nature fell far short indeed of the truth. It was a tyranny, an absolute monarchy, a despotism not even remotely approximated by the dictatorships of earlier ages. It had only one creed: the end justifies the means. Anything, literally anything at all, that produced the desired result was commendable. To fail was the only crime. Therefore no weaklings dwelt within that fortress, and of all its cold, hard, ruthless crew, far and away the coldest, hardest, and most ruthless was Helmuth, the speaker for Boskone, who sat at the great desk in the dome's geometrical center. This individual was almost human in form and build, springing as he did from a planet closely approximating Earth in mass, atmosphere, and climate. Indeed, only his general, all-pervasive aura of blueness bore witness to the fact that he was not a native of Tellus. His eyes were blue, his hair was blue, and even his skin was faintly blue beneath its coat of ultraviolet tan. His intensely dynamic personality fairly radiated blueness. Not the gentle blue of an earthly sky, not the sweetly innocuous blue of an earthly flower, but the keenly merciless blue of a delta ray, the cold and bitter blue of a polar iceberg, the unyielding, inflexible blue of chilled and tempered steel. Now a frown sat heavily upon his arrogantly patrician face, as his eyes bored into the plate before him, from the base of which were issuing the words being spoken by the assistant pictured in its deep surface, "Whoa!" The fifth dived into the deepest ocean of Corvina, two in the depths of which all rays are useless. The ships which followed have not as yet reconnected. No trace of the sixth has been found, and it is therefore assumed that she was destroyed upon Valantia. Who assumes so? Demanded Helmuth coldly. There is no justification whatever for such an assumption. Go on. The Lensman, if there is one, must therefore be in the fifth ship, since he was not in any of the four which we have retaken. Your report is neither complete nor conclusive. I do not at all approve of your intimation that the Lensman is simply a figment of my imagination. That there is a Lensman is the only possible logical conclusion. None other of the patrol forces could have done what has been done. Postulating his reality, it seems to me that instead of being a rare possibility, it is highly probable that he has again escaped us, and again in one of our own vessels. This time in the one you have so conveniently assumed to have been destroyed. Have you searched the line of flight? Yes, sir. Everything in space and every planet within reach of that line has been examined with care, except, of course, Valantia and Trenco. Valantia is, for the time being, unimportant. It will be reduced later. Why Trenco? And Helmuth pressed a series of buttons. Ah, I see. To recapitulate, one ship, the one which in all probability is now carrying the Lensman, is still unaccounted for. Where is it? We assume that it left Valantia. We know that it has not landed upon or near any Solarian planet. Incidentally, we must see to it that it does not so land. Now, I think it has become necessary to have that planet Trenco combed inch by inch. But, sir, how? Began the anxious-eyed underling. When did it become necessary to draw diagrams and make blueprints for you? Demanded Helmuth harshly. We have ships manned by Rigelians and other races having the sense of perception. Find out where they are and get them there at full blast. He flipped over two double-throw switches, thus replacing the image upon his plate by another. It has now become of paramount importance that we complete our knowledge of the lens of the patrol, he began, without salutation or preamble. Have you traced its origin yet? I believe so, but I do not certainly know. It has proved to be a task of such difficulty. If it had been an easy one, I would not have made a special assignment of it to you. Go on. Everything seems to point to a planet named Arisia, but of that planet I can learn nothing definite whatever except that. Just a moment. Helmuth punched more buttons and listened. Unexplored, unknown, shunned by all spacemen. Superstition, eh? He snapped. Another of those haunted planets. Something more than ordinary spaceman's superstition, sir, but just what I have not been able to discover. By combing my department, I managed to make up a crew of those who either were not afraid of it or have never heard of it. That crew is now en route there. Whom have we in that sector of space? I find it desirable to check your findings. The department head reeled off a list of names and numbers, which Helmuth considered at length. Gildersleeve, the Valerian, he announced finally. He is a good man coming along fast. Aside from a firm belief in his own peculiar gods, he has shown no signs of weakness. You considered him? Certainly. The henchman, as cold as his icy chief, knew that explanations would not satisfy Helmuth, therefore he offered none. He is raiding at the moment, but I will put you on him if you like. do so. And upon Helmuth's plate there appeared a deep space scene of rapine and pillage. The convoying patrol ships, 2 of them, had already been blasted out of existence, only a few idly drifting masses of debris remaining to show that they had ever been. Needle rays were at work, and soon the merchantmen hung inert and helpless. The pirates, scorning to use the emergency inlet port, simply blasted away the entire entrance panel. Then they boarded, an armored swarm flaming delameters spreading death and destruction before them. The sailors, outnumbered as they were and overarmed, fought heroically, but uselessly. In groups and singly they fell, those who were not already dead being callously tossed out into space in slitted spacesuits and with smashed motors. Only the younger women, the stewardesses, the nurses, the 1 or 2 such among the few passengers, were taken as booty. All others shared the fate of the crew. Then the ship plundered from nose to after jets and every article or thing of value shipped. The raider drew off, bathed in the blue-white glare of the atomic bombs that were destroying every trace of the merchant ship's existence. Then, and only then, did Helmuth reveal himself to Gildersleeve. "A good, clean job of work, Captain," he commended. "Now, how would you like to visit Aretia for me? For me, direct?" A pallor overspread the normally ruddy face of the Valerian, and an uncontrollable tremor shook his giant frame. But as he considered the implications resident in Helmuth's concluding phrase, he licked his lips and spoke. "I hate to say no, sir, if you order me to, and if there was any way of making my crew do it. But we were near there once, sir, and well, sir, I saw things, sir, and I was warned, sir." "Saw what, and was warned of what?" "I can't describe what I saw, sir. I can't even think of it in thoughts that mean anything. As for the warning, though, it was very definite, sir. I was told very plainly that if I ever go near that planet again, I will die a worse death than any I have dealt out to any other living being." "But you will go there again?" "I tell you, sir, that the crew will not do it," Gildersleeve replied doggedly. "Even if I were anxious to go, every man aboard will mutiny if I tried it. Call them in right now and tell them that you have been ordered to Aretia." The captain did so, but he had scarcely started to talk when he was stopped in no uncertain fashion by his first officer, also, of course, a Valerian, who pulled his delameter and spoke savagely. "Cut it, Chief! We are not going to Aresia, nor anywhere near there. I was with you before, you know. Point course within a quadrant of that accursed planet, and I flash you where you sit." Helmuth, speaking for Boskone, ripped from the headquarters speaker. "This is rankest mutiny. You know the penalty, do you not?" "Certainly I do. What of it?" the first officer snapped back. "Suppose that I tell you to go to Aresia." Helmuth's voice was now soft and silky, but instinct with deadly menace. "In that case I tell you to go to hell, or to Aresia 1,000,000 times worse," snapped the officer. "What? You dare speak thus to me?" demanded the arch-pirate, sheer amazement at the fellow's audacity blanketing his rising anger. "I so dare," declared the rebel, brazen defiance and unalterable resolve in every line of his hard body and in every lineament of his hard face. "All you can do is kill us. You can order out enough ships to blast us out of the ether, but that's all you can do. That would be a clean, quick death, and we would have the fun of taking a lot of the boys along with us. If we go to Aresia, though, it would be different. Very, very different, believe me. No, Helmuth, and I say this to your face, if I ever go near Aresia again, it will be in a ship in which you, Helmuth, in person, are sitting at the controls. If you think this is an empty dare and don't like it, you don't have to take it. Send on your dogs." "That will do. Report yourselves to Base D under Soter." Then Helmuth's flare of anger passed and his cold reason took charge. Here was something utterly unprecedented, an entire crew of the hardest-bitten marauders in space offering open and bare-faced mutiny. No, not mutiny, but actual rebellion. To him, Helmuth, in his very teeth. And not a typical, skulking, carefully planned uprising, but the immovably brazen desperation of men making an ultimately last-ditch stand. Truly, it must be a powerful superstition indeed, to make that crew of hard-boiled hellions choose certain death rather than face again the imaginary. They must be imaginary, perils of a planet unknown to and unexplored by Boskone's planetographers. But they were, after all, ordinary spacemen, of little mental force and of small real ability. Even so, it was clearly indicated that in this case precipitate action was to be avoided. Therefore, he went on calmly and almost without a break. Cancel all this that has been spoken and that has taken place. Continue with your original orders pending further investigation. Helmuth switched his plate back to the department head. I have checked your conclusions and have found them correct, he announced, as though nothing at all out of the way had transpired. You did well in sending a ship to investigate. No matter where I am or what I am doing, notify me instantly at the first sign of irregularity in the behavior of any member of that ship's personnel. Nor was that call long in coming. The carefully selected crew, selected for complete lack of knowledge of the dread planet which was their objective, sailed along in blissful ignorance both of the real meaning of their mission and of what was to be its ghastly end. Soon after Helmuth's unsatisfactory interview with Gildersleeve and his mate, the luckless exploring vessel reached the barrier which the Arisians had set around their system and through which no uninvited stranger was allowed to pass. The free-flying ship struck that frail barrier and stopped. In the instant of contact, a wave of mental force flooded the mind of the captain, who, gibbering with sheer, stark, panic terror, flashed his vessel away from that horror-impregnated barrier and hurled call after frantic call along his beam, back to headquarters. His first call, in the instant of reception, was relayed to Helmuth at his central desk. "Steady, man, report intelligently," that worthy snapped, and his eyes, large now upon the cowering captain's plate, bored steadily, hypnotically into those of the expedition's leader. "Pull yourself together and tell me exactly what happened. Everything." "Well, sir, when we struck something, a screen of some sort, and stopped, something came aboard. It was... Oh, I. His voice rose to a shriek. But under Helmuth's dominating glare he subsided quickly and went on. "A monster, sir, if there ever was one. A fire-breathing demon, sir, with teeth and claws and cruelly barbed tail. He spoke to me in my own Kravenian language. He said, 'Tch-tch-tch-tch-tch.' Never mind what he said. I did not hear it, but I can guess what it was. He threatened you with death in some horrible fashion, did he not?" The coldly ironical tones did more to restore the shaking man's equilibrium than reams of remonstrance could have done. "Well, yes, that was about the size of it, sir," he admitted. "And does that sound reasonable to you, the commander of a first-class battleship of Boskone's fleet?"